Principal Ferguson College, Pune, to grace the occasion. It is our privilege to invite Professor Mahadev Deshmukh, Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and Dr. Girish Shelke, Vice Principal, Head of Mathematics and Statistics, and our beloved and respected Vice Principal and Life Mentor, Dr. R.A. Kulkarni. Together, your presence shall lend grandeur, wisdom, and inspiration to our conference today. I would request all the dignitaries to grace the days. We are deeply honored to share that our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Shaheen Parveen, psychologist, mental health practitioner, and grief facilitator from Berlin, Germany, she will be joining us online during her keynote speech session. With reverence and joy, we now invite our esteemed dignitaries to step forward and grace the days for the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. This sacred tradition, rooted in the wisdom of our culture, symbolizes the triumph of knowledge over ignorance. Please, sir. This sacred tradition, rooted in the wisdom of our culture, symbolizes the triumph of knowledge over ignorance, the radiance of learning over darkness, and the eternal flame of truth that guides humanity. As the gentle glow of lamps spread its light, it reminds us that every spark of the wisdom kindled here today shall illuminate countless minds and inspire generations to come. May this ceremony mark the beginning of a day filled with enlightenment, harmony, and transformative ideas. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for gracing the days and lightening the lamp. Thank you so much for having patience with us, sir. With great honor and reverence, we now invite Dr. Girish Shelke, Vice Principal, Head of the Department of Mathematics and Statistics, WCS, to kindly introduce our distinguished guest, Professor Nitin Karmalkar, former Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune, Maharashtra. Dr. Girish Shelke, Vice Principal, Head of the Department of Mathematics. Please, sir. Introduction.
Good morning, all respected dignitaries and esteemed guests and dear participants. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce our distinguished chief guest for today's inaugural session, Professor Dr. Nitin Raghunath Karmalkar, sir, former Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. Sir is highly respected academician and accomplished researcher, and able administrator with more than 4 decades of dedicated service in the field of higher education. He is renowned expert in geochemistry with postdoctoral research experience in internationally reputed institutions in Australia and Germany. He has published over 60 research papers and guided several PhD scholars, contributing significantly to advancement of scientific research. Professor Karmarkar has also played a vital role in academic leadership as the Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule University from 2017 to 2022. He has introduced several innovative initiatives, strengthened research infrastructure, and promoted multidisciplinary education. He is a fellow and member of many prestigious academic bodies, including Geological Society of India and Maharashtra Academy of Science. He has also served on important national platforms such as UGC Committee and the ICCR General Assembly. Importantly, sir has made a significant contribution to the implementation of National Education Policy 2020. As the chairman of steering committee in Maharashtra, he has guided and the development of curriculum framework, academic reforms, and digital initiatives like Mahaswayam. Under his dynamic leadership, the university achieved remarkable progress in national and global ranking, reflecting his vision and commitment to excellence in education. We are truly fortunate to have such an eminent personality among us today. Sir, we warmly welcome you to look forward for your inspiring and insightful inaugural address. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Shelke sir. We have just observed our beloved Mr. Ravindraji Brahmanalkar sir has just arrived and he has graced the days. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I would request Shelke sir to extend a gracious introduction to Dr. Ravindra Singh Pardesi, former principal, Ferguson College. Please, Shelke sir.
Thank you, madam. It is indeed privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Ravindra Singh Pardesi, an eminent academician and visionary educationist. Dr. Pardesi has served as a principal of Ferguson College, Pune over 14 years, and he is currently the CEO of Arts, Science and Commerce College, Wagholi, Pune. With more than 30 years of teaching and nearly 4 decades of research experience, he has made significant contribution to the field of geology and higher education. He is former member of the General Council of NAC and has actively contributed to policy making at national level, including participation in a working group on higher education for Planning Commission of Government of India. Dr. Pardesi has been instrumental in implementing NEP at institutional level, introducing academic autonomy and credit-based system, strengthening research innovation and international collaborations. A recipient of Best Teacher Award, he has published numerous research papers and guided several students in their academic journey. His vast experience, leadership, and dedication to the quality education make him truly inspiring personality. We are honored to have Dr. Ravindra Singh Pardesi as our guest of honor. Sir, we are warmly welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shelke sir. In continuation of this tradition of respect, we warmly call upon Dr. Neha Joshi, Head of the Department of Electronics, WCS, to present the introduction of Professor Mahadev Deshmukh, Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra, whose scholarship and vision have enriched the intellectual fiber of the humanities. Dr. Neha Joshi. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished delegates on the dais and off the dais, esteemed colleagues and OSC participants, good morning, one and all. It is a profound honor to welcome you all to this one-day international conference entitled Anvaya, Transformative Frontiers of Emerging Trends in Humanities, Science and Technology. As we gather to deliberate on global perspectives and local solutions, it is only fitting that we are joined by a scholar whose career symbolizes that very bridge between rigorous academic research and impactful social policy. It is my distinct privilege to introduce our guest of honor and keynote speaker of first technical session, Dr. M.S. Deshmukh sir. Currently, he is serving as the in-charge Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Head of the Department of Economics at Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Dr. Deshmukh sir brings with him a stunning 29 years of academic excellence, a scholar of international repute. His work in agriculture economics and development studies has earned him a place in prestigious AD Scientific Index for 3 consecutive years, that is from 2023 to 2025. His contributions to the field are vast and varied. With over 87 research publications and 36 books to his credit, his H index of 11 and over 570 citations speaks to his global academic footprint. Beyond the classroom, he has been a pillar of institutional quality assurance, serving as the director of IQAC cell, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and also he has served as a chairman and member of NAC peer teams across the country. He has translated theory into practice through 73 consultancy projects and 7 major research grants, totaling over 155 lakhs, significantly impacting the socio-economic landscape of Maharashtra. A recipient of the Dr. Dhananjay Rao Gadgil Award and the Radhakrishnan Gold Medal, Dr. Deshmukh sir is not just an administrator, but a visionary mentor who has guided over 10 PhD scholars to their success. As we stand at the threshold of this global intellectual exchange, we are fortunate to be guided by a scholar whose career is a testament to resilience and brilliance. Representing the spirit of Willingdon College, I appeal to every delegate and participant to join me in welcoming a true forefront of agriculture economics, a mentor, an administrator, and an academic stalwart who has shaped the future of countless students, the Honorable Dr. M.S. Deshmukh sir. Sir, on behalf of Willingdon College and the entire team of organizing committee of this conference, I welcome you once again in today's conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neha Joshi, madam. In a spirit of reverence and celebration, we now proceed with the felicitation of distinguished guests, honoring their valuable contribution to academic and society. With deep respect, Professor Nitin Karmalkar, former Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule, Pune University, will be felicitated by Dr. Vishram Lomte, Chairman, CDC, WC. Lomte sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Vishram Lomte, sir. In continuation, we extend our heartfelt tribute to Professor Mahadev Deshmukh, Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, who will be felicitated by Professor Dr. Sattappa Sawant, Officiating Principal, WCS. Give it to Principal, sir. Amruta, come from there. Come from there. Thank you so much, Principal Sir. We are equally honored to felicitate Dr. Ravindra Singh Pardesi, former Principal of Ferguson College, Pune, and I would request Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni Sir, Vice Principal and Life Member, WCS, to honor our guest. Thank you so much, sir. These gestures of respect and respect symbolize our collective gratitude, celebration, their wisdom, leadership, and enduring dedication to the noble cause of education. Thank you so much, everyone. With great honor, we now invite Dr. Vishram Lomte, Chairman, CDC, Willingdon College, Sangli, to deliver the opening remark. His words will be set the tone for this August gathering. Okay, I will request you. Okay. I would request, I would request Dr. Sattappa Sawant sir, our beloved principal, to proceed with his welcome address.
नमस्कार। आज डेक्कन एजुकेशन सोसायटी पुणे संचलित विलिंगडन महाविद्यालय सांगली, शिवाजी विश्वविद्यालय कोल्हापुर, शिवाजी विश्वविद्यालय हिंदी प्राध्यापक परिषद और महाराष्ट्र हिंदी परिषद के संयुक्त तत्वावधान में एक दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय चर्चा सत्र का आयोजन किया गया है। आज आप सब लोग ऐतिहासिक वेलनकर हॉल में उपस्थित हैं। मैं महाविद्यालय की ओर से सभी विद्वजनों का स्वागत करता हूं, उन सभी को प्रणाम करता हूं। और सबसे पहले आज की कार्यक्रम की अध्यक्षता की बागडोर हमारे सीडीसी के चेयरमैन और हमारे संस्था के काउंसिल मेंबर आदरणीय डॉक्टर लोमटे सर जी को मैं विनती करता हूं कि वे आज के कार्यक्रम की अध्यक्षता को स्वीकार करें। उसके बाद मैं मंच पर उपस्थित आदरणीय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर नितिन करमरकर सर जी का भी स्वागत करता हूं, जो पुणे से आए हैं, जो पूर्व कुलपति रहे हैं सावित्रीबाई फुले विश्वविद्यालय पुणे से आज यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। मंच पर दूसरे सम्माननीय विद्वान जो हमारे संस्था से हैं, आदरणीय पूर्व प्राचार्य फर्गसन महाविद्यालय डॉक्टर रविंद्र सिंह परदेसी, जो शायद हमारा महाविद्यालय था वहाँ से यहाँ पर आज उपस्थित रहे हैं। मैं महाविद्यालय की ओर से उनका स्वागत करता हूँ। उसके साथ साथ आज इस कार्यक्रम के लिए हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर महादेव देशमुख सर जी, जो डीन ऑफ फैकल्टी ह्यूमैनिटीज़ के डीन रहे हैं शिवाजी विश्वविद्यालय से, यहाँ पर उपस्थित है। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूँ। उसके साथ साथ रविंद्र ब्रह्मनाड़कर सर हमारे काउंसिल मेंबर हैं, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ। और उसके साथ साथ हमारे मित्र संस्था के लाइफ मेंबर आदरणीय रविंद्र कुलकर्णी सर का स्वागत करते हुए आज सभागार में उपस्थित चिंतामन महाविद्यालय के प्राचार्य हमारे मित्र कुंभार सर जी का भी मैं स्वागत करता हूं। और स्वागत करते हुए फिर एक बार सभी लोगों का तहे दिल से मैं स्वागत करते हुए अपना स्वागत प्रास्ताविक आपके सामने जोड़ रहा हूं। थोड़ा सा इसमें सीक्वेंस थोड़ा सा बदल गया था, जिसके लिए हम थोड़ा सा इसमें बदल करते हैं। मूलतः आज का जो कार्यक्रम है, इस कार्यक्रम की पूर्व पीठिका के रूप में आज यह जो हमारी संगोष्ठी हो रही है, वह संगोष्ठी आभासात्मक भी है और प्रत्यक्ष भी इस प्रकार से है। इसमें मूलतः यह जो विषय हमने चुना था, लेकिन इससे पहले महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति की दृष्टि से थोड़ा सा इलेक्शन का माहौल होने के कारण आज कल करते हुए हम सत्र के समापन के पूर्व आ चुके हैं। और ऐसी स्थिति में हमने अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार का आयोजन किया है। और इसमें बर्लिन जर्मनी से शाहिना प्रवीण मैडम जी हमारे साथ आभासी मंच पर जुड़ने वाली है। और उसके साथ साथ वह मैडम जी जो है मनोवैज्ञानिक तथा मानसिक स्वास्थ्य विशेषज्ञ के रूप में बर्लिन में कार्यरत है। मैडम जी हमें अपने विचारों से लाभान्वित निश्चित रूप से करेगी। उसके साथ साथ हमारा समांतर सेशन का भी दौर जारी रहेगा। इसमें डॉक्टर रणधीर सिंधे BOS के चेयरमैन रहे हैं शिवाजी विश्वविद्यालय से, वे भी जुड़े रहेंगे। उसके साथ साथ सुनील बंसोड़े जी TC कॉलेज बारामती से जुड़े रहेंगे। USA से अमेरिका से रेणुका रामचंद्रा जुड़ी रहेंगी। उसके साथ साथ शिल्पा तोरो गदरे मैडम जी USA से ही हमारे साथ जुड़ी रहेगी। उसके साथ साथ बहुत सी विद्वान जो है प्रत्यक्ष रूप से भी आकर हमें अपने विचारों से लाभान्वित करेंगे। मूलतः हमारा जो विषय है ये मानविकी विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी के उभरते रुझान की परिवर्तनकारी दिशाएं, ऐसा आज का हर मानव जीवन के हर क्षेत्र से जुड़ा हुआ विषय हमने जानबूझकर चुना है और इसमें करीब 300 से अधिक लोगों ने अपने शोध निबंध यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत किए हैं, भेज दिए हैं, जिनका जो चुनाव है, चयन जो है, ये चयन इस प्रकार से किया गया है। करमरकर सर जी, मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि आज हम वैसे तो 2020 मैच खेलते समय आखिरी ओवर है और बहुत से रन निकालने हैं, इस स्टाइल से ही हमने इसका आयोजन किया था और हमें यकीन है कि जो आज की उपस्थिति और शोध निबंधों की जो संख्या है उसको देखते हुए ये कहा जा सकता है कि यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी सफल होने जा रही है। आज इसमें सर जी राजस्थान, उत्तराखंड, मध्य प्रदेश, उसके साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र, गोवा, कर्नाटक, ओडिशा, यहाँ से प्रतिभागियों ने अपने अपने शोध निबंध भेज दिए हैं। उसके साथ साथ इस संगोष्ठी में जर्मन, USA से विद्वजन अपना जो योग है, ज्ञान के क्षेत्र में जो योगदान है, ये योगदान देते रहेंगे। सर जी, करमरकर सर जी, मुझे लगता है कि आप 2-3 बार तो विलिंगडन महाविद्यालय में आप आ चुके हैं। हमें गौरव है कि आप जैसे विद्वान हमें इस संगोष्ठी के लिए यहाँ पर अतिथि के रूप में उपस्थित है। मैं फिर एक बार आपका स्वागत करते हुए चंद बातें अपनी संस्था के बारे में मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूँ। आज से 106 साल पहले विलिंगडन महाविद्यालय की नींव डाली गई थी। लोकमान्य बाल गंगाधर तिलक, गोपाल गणेश आगरकर, वामन शिवराम आपटे, महादेव बल्लाळ नामजोशी और कोल्हापुर रियासत के छत्रपति शाहू महाराज इसके पदसिद्ध अध्यक्ष रहे हैं। इनके कर कमलों से यहाँ की ये जो नींव खड़ी की गई है, इसका उभारता हुआ जो रूप हम देख रहे हैं, यह 106 साल पहले यहाँ पर खड़ा किया गया है। मुंबई प्रांत के तत्कालीन गवर्नर लॉर्ड विलिंगडन के नाम पर विलिंगडन का नामकरण किया गया है। असल में विलिंगडन के संदर्भ में सर यह बात कही जाती है, विलिंगली डन अर्थात विलिंगडन, ऐसा कहा जाता है। सर, हमें यह बताते हुए हर्ष हम महसूस कर रहे हैं कि करीब 125 एकड़ के एरिया में हमारा संस्था का ये जो कारोबार है, ये कारोबार यहाँ पर जुड़ा है। और ये बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है कॉलेज में आने के बाद किसी राजमहल को भी यहाँ हमारी ये जो वास्तु है, इस वास्तु की ओर देखने के बाद राजमहल को भी वह अपने आप को थोड़ा सा कम महसूस करता होगा, ऐसी हमारी वास्तु है। यह वास्तु जो है, इस वास्तु के साथ साथ हमारा ग्राउंड भी प्रशस्त है, जहाँ पर खेल कूद के संदर्भ में बहुत से छात्रों ने अपना जीवन का करियर किया है। उसके साथ साथ हमारा ग्रंथालय भी शिवाजी विश्वविद्यालय के स्थापना के पूर्व इस प्रकार यहाँ पर निर्माण हुआ है। ज्ञान के इस खजाने में बहुत से संदर्भ ग्रंथ और बहुत से ऐसी रचनाएं हैं जो रचनाएं हमें हमारे छात्रों को लाभान्वित करने का काम करती है। इसमें जो गुरुजन है, इन गुरुजनों की एक विशेषता ये बताई जा सकती है कि करीब 17 से अधिक शिक्षक शिवाजी विश्वविद्यालय के पीएचडी के मार्गदर्शक शोध निर्देशक रहे हैं। उसके साथ साथ इन दिनों आप सब लोग जानते हैं कि सीएचबी का माहौल है। हमारे सीएचबी के बंधु और भगिनियाँ भी इसमें कुछ कम नहीं है। करीब 20 लोगों ने पीएचडी की उपाधियाँ प्राप्त की है। नेट सेट के साथ साथ वे गेट की परीक्षा भी उत्तीर्ण करते हुए हमारे या इस महाविद्यालय में कार्यरत रहे गए। करमरकर सर जी, ये बताते हुए मुझे गर्व महसूस हो रहा है कि हमारी संस्था ने, हमारे यूनिट ने 5 पीढ़ियों की सेवा की है। और इस 5 पीढ़ियों की सेवा में इसमें शिक्षक है, राजनेता है, समाज सेवक है, उद्योगपति है, खिलाड़ी है, डॉक्टर है, वकील है, इंजीनियर है। ऐसे ये सब जो लोग हैं, ये लोग हमारी संस्था के साथ जुड़े हैं। जाते जाते ये बात रखना चाहूँगा, मराठी, हिंदी, अंग्रेजी, संस्कृत, अर्थशास्त्र, गणित, मैथमेटिक्स, ये विषय अनुदानित तौर पर पदव्युत्तर के स्तर पर यहाँ पर पढ़ाए जाते हैं। उसके साथ साथ विगत 2 साल से बिना अनुदानित स्तर पर फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, योगशास्त्र, इनका एमए, एमएससी का अध्ययन जारी है। अगले शैक्षणिक वर्ष से हमारे महाविद्यालय में बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, माइक्रोबायोलॉजी, मानसशास्त्र, एमए की कक्षाएं शुरू की जाएगी और इस दृष्टि से संस्था की ओर से प्रयास जारी है। हमारे महाविद्यालय में केमिस्ट्री का जो लैब है, ये लैब शिवाजी विश्वविद्यालय का सर्टिफाइड लैब इस प्रकार से यहाँ पर खुल चुका है और अधिकांश जो लोग हैं इनके निर्देशन में छात्र पीएचडी की उपाधियाँ प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। फिर एक बार मंच पर उपस्थित सभी विद्वजनों का मैं तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं महाविद्यालय की ओर से, और उसके साथ साथ सभागार में उपस्थित सभी विद्वजनों का स्वागत करते हुए मैं अपनी बात को यहाँ पर पूर्ण विराम देना चाहता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Principal Sir. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Shashikant Shingare, Head Department of English, to provide overview of the conference. Dr. Shashikant Shingare, Head Department of English. Please, sir.
Thank you. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Nitin Karmalkar, sir, former Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University. Respected Guest of Honor, Dr. Ravindra Singh Pardeshi, former Principal, Ferguson College, Pune. Honorable Chairman of College Development Committee, Dr. Vishram Lomte, sir. Respected Mahadev Deshmukh, Dean of the Faculties of Humanities, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Respected Vice Principal and Life Member of Deccan Education Society, Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni, sir. Respected Ravindra Brahmanalkar, sir, DS Council Member, Sangli. Respected Officiating Principal, Professor Dr. Satappa Sawant, sir. All our esteemed speakers, coordinators, faculty members, research scholars, and dear participants. A very warm welcome to each one of you. It's my privilege and honor to stand before this distinguished gathering and present an overview of today's conference, Anvaya 2026, a one-day international conference on the theme, Transformative Frontiers of Emerging Trends in Humanities, Science, and Technology. This conference is proudly organized by the Deccan Education Society, Pune, through Willingdon College, Sangli, and Autonomous College under the Shivaji University, Kolhapur, in collaboration with Internal Quality Assurance Cell, the Shivaji University Hindi Pradhyapak Parishad, and Maharashtra Hindi Parishad. The word Anvaya holds deep philosophical meaning. It signifies connection, lineage, and synthesis. The theme of the conference is built on that very spirit, bringing together the three foundational pillars of human knowledge: humanities, science, and technology, not as separate silos, but as interconnected, transformative forces that are together shaping the world of tomorrow. We are living in an age of unprecedented change. Artificial intelligence is redefining literature and language. Neuroscience is intersecting with social philosophy. Startups are driving national economic visions. The boundaries between disciplines are dissolving, and scholars today must think across borders. Not just geographical ones, but intellectual and disciplinary ones too. This conference is our institution's contribution to that larger conversation. Today's program is being conducted in a hybrid mode, welcoming participants both offline and online, a reflection of our commitment to inclusivity and global outreach. We have now gathered in the Willingdon Hall for the auspicious inauguration ceremony, which will be presided over by our distinguished guest, Professor Nitin Karmalkar, former Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. Following the inauguration, we will have an inspiring keynote address by Dr. Shahina Parveen, a psychologist, mental health practitioner, and grief facilitator from Berlin, Germany, joining us online on the theme, The Navigating Mind, Psychology at the Crossroads of Humanity, Science, and Technology. After the tea break, we will have the session 1, a general and common session open to all participants, featuring Professor Mahadev Deshmukh, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities at Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He will deliver an insightful address on the topic, Startup Ecosystem, Driver of Economic Growth for Vikasit Bharat. Session 1 also includes an invited talk on technology, AI, and Marathi literature by Professor Ranadhir Shinde, Chairman of the Board of Studies in Marathi at Shivaji University, Kolhapur. From 12:15 in the afternoon, the conference divides into 3 vibrant parallel tracks running simultaneously across different venues. Track 1, Humanities, will be held in room number 20 from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. The oral paper presentation sessions will be chaired by Professor Sunil Bansode of TC College Baramati and Dr. Sanjay Tigre, President of SUEC. Track 2, Science, will take place in AS5 of the Applied Science Building from 12:15 to 4 o'clock, covering chemical, physical, life, environmental, agricultural, and food sciences. The paper presentations will be chaired by Professor Sanjay Pore, Head of the Department of Chemistry, DPKM Sangli. At 4 o'clock, there will be a special invited talk on neurodegenerative disorders and its social relevance by Dr. Renuka Ramchandra from the Center for Neurodegenerative Diseases at Rosalind Franklin University of Medicine and Science, USA. Joining us online, the session will be Professor Madhav Bilabe of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Track 3, Technology, will be held in AS7 of the Applied Science Building from 12:15 to 4 o'clock, covering computer science, artificial intelligence, mechanical learning, data science, and mathematical sciences. Paper presentations will be chaired by Dr. Kuldeep P. Sambrekar, Professor and Head of CSE and AI, ML at KLS Gokte Institute of Technology, Belgavi. At 4 o'clock, An invited talk on artificial intelligence will be delivered online by Dr. Shilpa Toro Gadre, Senior Data Scientist and School Engagement Manager, AI Club, San Jose, California, USA. The conference will be concluded at 5 p.m. with the valedictory session. Once again, in the Wellenker Hall, the valedictory address will be delivered by our distinguished chief guest, Professor Anil Sukte, Principal of SMG Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Sangli. Dr. Samir Tirdalkar, Organizing Secretary of this conference, will present the review of the conference, and the vote of thanks will be delivered by Dr. Sheetal Gorde Patil, Head of the Department of Marathi, Willingdon College, Sangli. Before I conclude this overview, I wish to place on record our heartfelt gratitude to every person who who has worked tirelessly to make Anvaya 2026 possible. From the student volunteers to the technical team, from the paper reviewers to the convener, organizing secretaries, and the department coordinators across humanities, science, and technology. Every contribution has been invaluable. I also extend a warm welcome to all the participants who have traveled from near and far from the different colleges, universities, and countries to be a part of this gathering. Your prestigious presence gives this conference its meaning and its energy. We hope that Anvaya 2026 will not just a day of presentation and addresses, but a true meeting of minds where ideas collide, perspectives shift, and new thinking is born. On that note, I thank you for your kind attention, and I invite you all to engage fully with today's proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shingare, sir, for such a vibrant overview of the conference. With great honor, we now invite Dr. Vishram Lomte, Chairman CDC, Wellington College, to deliver the opening remark. His words will be set the tone for this August gathering, offering guidance, inspiration, and a vision that will illuminate our path of today's conference.
Oh, it's Mammoth International Conference, Mammoth title of the conference, Mammoth intellectual personalities on the dais, Mammoth academician in front of me. Really, I am lucky to be have here. Respected colleagues, dear friends, and distinguished guests, good morning. On behalf of all of us gathered here, and especially on behalf of organizers, I invoke the blessings of Sri Ganesha, Ma Bharati, and Ma Saraswati. May their divine grace guide us and ensure the success of this conference. It gives me immense joy and pride to stand before you today at the international conference Anvaya. This conference reflects the vision and dedication of my academic community to bring together ideas from many fields and create meaningful dialogues. Dear friends, we live in a world that is fast changing and deeply connected. The boundaries between humanities, science, and technology are fading and merging also. Artificial intelligence, digital culture, climate change, and globalization are not only changing science, but also reshaping the language, literature, identity, and culture. Anvaya gives us the chance to explore these connections and understand knowledge in a holistic way, so that we can build societies that are sustainable, inclusive, and innovative. The themes chosen for this conference are very wide-ranging and thoughtful. This shows how forward-looking and comprehensive the conference is. Such an approach is essential to solve the global challenges and encourage collaboration across the disciplines. I am confident that Anvaya will bring together scholars, researchers, and academicians from diverse backgrounds. It will create rich intellectual exchange and produce impactful scholarship in many languages. This conference is a true reflection of our institution's commitment to academic excellence and future-ready knowledge. From the bottom of my heart, I feel that the ideas shared in this conference should not remain caged on paper or within these walls of seminar hall. They must be applied for the well-being and progress of our communities to live peacefully and in harmony with each other, and not only with each other, but also in harmony with the nature also. I warmly congratulate the organizing committee, contributors, and all stakeholders for their hard work in making this prestigious conference possible. May this event inspire new ideas, strong collaboration, and a renewed spirit of inquiry among all participants. With best wishes and compliments, Dhanyavad. Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Thank you so much, sir. As you just mentioned, this conference is nothing but the true reflection of Institute's commitment in the educational sphere. Sir, we will definitely live by it. Thank you so much again. With immense pride and heartfelt reverence, we now invite Professor Nitin Karmalkar, former Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Maharashtra, to deliver the inaugural address of this international conference. Professor Nitin Karmalkar, sir. Sir, thank you.
Namaskar and very good morning, distinguished dais and fellow colleagues who are present for this particular conference. It's giving me immense pleasure basically to be part of this very multidisciplinary activity which remains to be the core of the changing scenario of education system in India. Especially the introduction of NEP 2020 emphasizes more on multidisciplinarity. And therefore, I'm so delighted that it's a confluence of humanities, social sciences, technology, science, all those seems to have been considered as a theme for this particular conference. If you look at the NEP 2020, there is an inbuilt mechanism wherein a science graduate basically is also getting a glimpse of humanities or social sciences. In fact, it is left to him, and that kind of a basically freedom is provided. If you look at the credit system or the credit framework, major and minor, these are the two things that we speak of. Major basically wherein a subject wherein he intends to be getting specialized, maybe a graduate in science with physics as a major, but along with that, the minor provides you an opportunity to go for a discipline of your choice. So there's a plenty of freedom that has been provided. Then apart from that, in fact, there is an inbuilt sort of a mechanism wherein you are provided with on-job training. There is a possibility of going for an internship. There is basically an inbuilt mechanism to provide you skills that are necessary. So this is what basically an amalgamation of various different sort of verticals that makes every graduate more multidisciplinary in character. We all know that since independence, basically, this is perhaps the first policy which to an extent emphasizes more on the multidisciplinary aspect. Prior to that, the education system that began subsequent to the independence, basically, wherein various different things were considered. And then if you get into the historical development of basically the overall education system in India, we begin with Radhakrishna Commission, Kothari Commission, and so on and so forth. During Manmohan Singh's time, basically, when he was a UGC chairman, a new vertical that got introduced was right to education. But perhaps this particular policy speaks about giving right education. There's a difference, right to education and giving right education. What is the right education? This is basically I'm reminded of one of the incidents that happened in the College of Engineering at Pune. I happened to be the member of the governing body out there. And one of the member was Vikram Kirloskar, who brought in Toyota in India, basically. So that time he emphasized that we are sitting, or rather sharing a dais at the College of Engineering, wherein I speak out my mind that the engineers that are getting produced at College of Engineering basically are mostly dry in nature, because there is no social science or humanities involved into the engineering part as well. And therefore he emphasized that if you get an opportunity, and as a Vice Chancellor, try to actually introduce some component of humanities, some component of social sciences to the engineers so that they understand the society better and the projects will have a meaningful sort of a understanding. But this policy, basically the NEP, to a great extent came out with this particular aspect. Prior to that, in fact, we had an experience, or rather experimented what is called as a choice-based credit system prior to the NEP. But it so happened the choice remained to be of the teachers, not of the student. We never provided the choice of a student, basically. We saw to it that the curriculum get divided into compulsory courses and the other elective courses, and saw to it that he doesn't leave that particular sort of a department. The idea even behind that particular scheme was that it is like a mall. You go to a mall, whatever you like the most and whatever that suits to your pocket, you buy that. That kind of a concept, cafeteria kind of a concept, was there even in the previous choice-based credit system also. But teacher is a very wise sort of a human person. He saw to it that he doesn't get that choice, and my way is highway. Whatever I know, I'll pass it on to you. And perhaps that was the very necessity of basically bringing this particular change, the NAP 2020, wherein it has been made mandatory that there are six verticals, one major, other minor, and there are 3-4 more basically, wherein all different sort of aspects that are required to build a career or a good human being, all those been included, embedded into the system itself. So you now cannot escape that. You have to follow those verticals. You have to provide him basically major along with that minor, and then skill development, then even the value system. Apart from that, basically on-job training, internship, and so on and so forth. So when I look into this particular verticals or the various different aspects of the new education policy, I feel proud, like a student, because this is what is my experience. When I was doing my postdoctoral work, both at Germany and Australia, so there I used to get excited when I used to speak to the student, because in the afternoon generally for lunch and all that, we used to be together. So sometimes I asked them, what are you doing? He said, I'm doing graduation. I said, in which particular subject? No, that I'll decide the next year. First year is a foundation year. I'll get a glimpse of everything, and whatever I like the most, whatever liking I develop for, perhaps I will choose that as my major next year. So that freedom was so good. Something of similar kind has been basically is at the core of this new education policy. While doing engineering, perhaps someone is also interested in doing performing arts. That provides basically this kind of a flexibility has been provided, inbuilt flexibility is provided in this particular policy. While doing basically engineering, someone wants to even learn more about economics. So those kind of basically provisions been made as such. Of course, it is all again left to the teaching community, how best we practice this and make basically a student very versatile with all different disciplines, a glimpse of everything, and a human being perfect with understanding of all different sort of verticals of the society as such. In the new education policy, there is also basically a provision that on-job training, as a vice chancellor, I used to interact with many of the industrial people as such. And I used to find that particular gap, that my graduates are good, but they are not getting placed in the industry. So what was that gap? So when I asked them, they said, like, what we require, they don't carry it. What you provide them, we don't require it. So whenever he joins an industry, we have to start unskilling him. So first 6 months, we actually spend on unskilling that particular person and then provide the skills as such. And therefore, perhaps looking at that particular part, even at the national level, the University Grant Commission came out with a scheme that is called the Professor of Practice. So what do you mean by that? By increasing basically the footprint of people who have worked extensively in the industry and have an understanding about basically what is happening outside. We generally are confined to our own campuses. Principal sir was mentioning about 115 acres of campus they carry. But we rarely look beyond the campus. What is required in the society? What are the problems they are facing? What is the need of the industry? What are the changes? Those are things happening as such. Those never get reflected in our curriculum. The curriculum designing basically is so old. I remember like one of my teacher who retired after completing his career as a teacher in the university. So after the retirement, we were actually to a great extent helping me out in clearing the room. He was vacating the rooms. And he handed over the notes to me. And the notes were 40 years old. When he began his career, that time he had written them. And the same kind of a thing he continued for next 40 years. That should not be the case actually. Whatever changes that are happening, and the credit system provides you that particular freedom. You can always update your credit system. You can update, bring in basically what has been happening outside, and it gets reflected into the curriculum. So unless and until you make those changes, the student will go out with a degree, but there is a rare possibility of getting him a job, of placement sort of. And placement is not the very ultimate thing. In fact, in what way he has been developed as well. Like in whatever basically conditions is put in, he should get immediately acquainted with it. That is how basically a student should get developed to. And for that, he requires to have a glimpse of everything as such. And that is what been emphasized in this particular policy. Of course, we all know that there are limitations while implementing this policy. Challenges are plenty. Last for 10, 15 years, there is no recruitment that has happened, whether at college or whether at the university level. CHB, a new concept has been brought in, sort of, choice, the clock hour basis teachers, sort of. And then when he himself is not sure about his own career, in what way he is going to contribute? He will be always looking for some permanent position somewhere. So obviously, with a heart and this thing, he will not be involved in the teaching part as such. Then apart from that, when we speak about basically on-job training, we need to have a large-scale collaboration with the industry. And industry not necessarily mean only manufacturing or service industry. Even in social science and humanities, there are a very known sort of NGOs who are doing extensive good work. So unless and until you increase the footprint of those people on the campus, we will not be able to understand what is the change that is happening, or what are the things basically those are taking place in the society. Without understanding the society and providing space in the curriculum to those issues, perhaps our student and we ourselves will remain outdated as such. So we have to basically take the help of, or rather we should utilize these new schemes as such. Some people always feel that if I bring in so many professors of practice, what will happen to me? But in fact, you are gaining. He is not coming. In the first place, there is no need to provide him a salary and all. There are plenty good people available who have spent enough of time there in industry or NGOs, And now at the end of basically their career over there, they intend to give something, contribute to the education system. I will share an experience of mine on the campus of the University of Pune. When I became a vice chancellor, I decided to have a think tank. And I brought in people like Satish Alekar, who was from basically theater. Then Vikram Gokhale, he was from cinema, film industry, again from theater. Then one of the IITian director, Sanjay Dhande, Padma Shri basically, Kalyani, Baba Kalyani, Ananda Deshpande, the person who created persistent system. So all those became my more or less advisor, think tank kind of thing. They used to come every day almost. Some an hour and a half they used to spend with me. And with their blessing, with their ideas, I used to actually provide new schemes, new sort of a program in the campus. During their time, we could get into what is called the liberal arts, a graduation program which has become very popular at the private university like Symbiosis, Ashoka, Flame University and all that. And if you look at the cost of that education out there, Flame charges you roughly around 50 lakhs of rupees to complete that graduation program. So that liberal arts, I brought it on the campus. But with a complete sort of a overall, with respect to the curriculum that was designed. The liberal art that has been taught in the private universities basically has come from Western culture. And then there is no sort of a deep rootedness in the Indian culture kind of thing. So we thought of creating our own sort of a curriculum, and wherein we saw to it that it gets aligned to all the national missions that the government is looking at, whether it is startup system, whether it is health, whether it is basically heritage, whether it is basically with respect to the climate change, whether it is respect to the entrepreneurship, digital India. So every curriculum got aligned with it. And I tell you, the outcome of that happened to be that all those students got internship in those schemes directly. So the curriculum was so designed that after every sort of a month's teaching, they'll spend about a week, half a week in that particular sort of mission, which is run in some of the institutes. And that is how basically they got to understand that what is happening at the national level, what is happening at the state level, what is happening at the regional level, what is happening at the local level. So unless and until you correlate, or rather create this kind of alignment with the national scheme, with the national missions, the students otherwise will remain outdated sort of. Even if you look at basically the UGC University Grant Commission is no more a grant commission, it is just a regulatory authority. All these days they do not provide any funding in us. And funding will be coming from what is called the ANRF, Anusandhan National Research Foundation as such. So if you look at, in fact, the two sort of advertisement ANRF made, those are mostly of a consortium-based kind of a thing. It is not given to one single institute. There is a consortium of 7, 8, 10 institutes. And among those institutes, one happens to be basically what is called as a hub, remaining are spoke. And it is very multidisciplinary in character. So basically, at the central level, whoever actually has come in the first 10, 100 basically in NIRF ranking, they were provided as the hub. And the remaining institutes, they got aligned with them, and that those became the spoke institute. That is what basically a consortium approach, even while funding, the government is looking at. And the next advertisement was the theme that we have chosen today. It is science, technology, and humanity. So gone are those days where you used to get individual funding, applying for a project, getting funds and doing your research. Now you have to have a sort of a multidisciplinary approach. AI basically aligned with languages, science, aligned basically with economics, commerce, those kind of things they are looking at. And fund, there is no dearth of fund unless and until you have a best of a title and best of basically objective that you are proposing. In fact, I was surprised because I am looking at the ANRF. There are 520 applications we received under this particular theme, humanities, technology and science. And we provide to the tune of about 150 crores. It's not a small amount. So the individual institute gets to the tune of about 10 crores, 15 crores. Initially, the first scheme that got launched, wherein we gave out to the tune of about 600 crores. And those were given to 6 different hubs. And through those hubs, basically 70% of the money has gone to the aligned institute, or the institute got participated in the consortium. And therefore, I know that we have started late, already late. I was to speak for 25 minutes, but now I have to curtail it down because 11:15 we will have to take a break. Because the other people, they are going to join online. So I don't want to actually spend more time on that. But I intend to emphasize, and unless and until you experiment these kind of conferences wherein humanities, social sciences, engineering, technology, all are coming together, then perhaps it would be a good sort of a consortium combination wherein across discipline you will start understanding what are the key areas in social sciences and how a science can to an extent help them out in resolving their issues. So this kind of basically a conglomeration will help immensely both the institute as well as the individual persons as well. And therefore, I must congratulate basically the conference coordinator for choosing this kind of a theme. I was so excited basically to see that human sciences are sitting along with the science people as such. And that kind of basically a cross-disciplinary approach has been adopted, and wherein I'm pretty sure at the end of the day, you yourself would not have, because always at the national level, when I go for ANRF, when I sit at basically UGC and speak to the person who doesn't belong to science from humanities, that's the time I understand what is happening out there. Unless and until that kind of exposure is provided, I will not be able to. And therefore, this is a perfect theme which has been chosen, and you will get immensely benefited. I'm pretty sure it doesn't remain only for today. Even in the future also, there would be sort of a consortium that get created, and even for a research purpose also, you will be working together. Because technology to a great extent is encompassing all different disciplines. When AI is coming, obviously, it's not going to get restricted only to science and technology. It is also going to get into humanities. It is also going to get into languages. And therefore, while doing languages, understanding the AI basically even for medical diagnostics, the doctor will have a little sort of a role to play. Because there's a plenty of data available, and making use of that data, the AI will decide basically a diagnostics of a particular person, what medicine should be provided and in what way, whether he needs to be operated or whether with the medicine only this particular person can be made perfect. So doctors, whether it is engineers, whether it is scientists, all are losing their roles with AI. And therefore, unless and until you understand the language of AI, you will not be performing. You will not be basically, you would be outdated. You would lose basically your identity. And therefore, again at the end, I must emphasize that this kind of a multidisciplinary conferences are required more and more. This is just the beginning wherein, in fact, all people from different disciplines come together, discuss together, brainstorm issues together, and come out with basically best solutions which the society is looking for, which the nation is looking for. So I wish all the success for this conference, and thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity to have a small interaction with you all. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us. Sir made a very important statement. He said that there is a gap between right to education and right type of education. So we believe NAP 2020 will work as a torchbearer for the coming generation in the field of education. Thank you so much. Now comes the actual moment, the most important moment of the conference. We would request all the dignitaries to release the abstract of this international conference, one-day international conference, Anvaya Transformative Frontiers of Emerging Trends in Humanities, Science and Technology. This abstract reflects the abstracts from humanities, science and technology, and it also reflects the spirit of this conference. Thank you so much, everyone. As we draw this inaugural session to graceful close, it is now time to express our gratitude to all those who have made this day meaningful and memorable. With deep respect, we invite Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni, sir, Vice Principal of Willingdon College, Sangli, and Life Member, Deccan Education Society, to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni, sir. Please, sir.
A very good morning to you all. It is a matter of immense pleasure to express a vote of thanks regarding today's inauguration session of international conference, including sciences, technology, applied sciences, social sciences, and language and literature, that is called humanities. It is a really fortunate thing for us to have Dr. Nitinji Karmalkar sir with us for this inaugural session. He has very briefly but very preciously expressed his opinions regarding emerging trends in all the scenario of education, especially the main point around which his inaugural speech was organized was NEP and just now inaugural autonomy for all educational institutes. So we find very valuable inputs from sir always, and today also we get a good kind of guidance for all of us and all the participants of this conference. Then I would like to express a vote of thanks for today's guest in a real sense, because in Marathi there is one word for guest, that is Atithi. And in our culture, Hindu culture, we always say Atithi Deva Bhava. So today's Atithi in a real sense is my guide, always motivational person in our Deccan Education Society, that is Dr. Ravindra Singh Pardeshi. So surprisingly, we get Pardeshi sir, his presence, auspicious presence for us, and we get inspiration really for today's international conference. I would like to say thank you to Chairman of this College Development Committee, Dr. Vishramji Lomte sir. He is our head of family, no doubt, but his presence always encourages us to organize such challenging and good kind of activities in our college. I would like to mention one more name, that is Honorable Dr. Deshmukh sir, who will deliver his address for the next session, and we get really honored having your presence over here. I want to express vote of thanks regarding my another inspiration, that is Honorable Ravindraji Brahmanalkar sir. He is a council member of Deccan Education Society, Pune. We have another guiding person, that is Professor Dr. Sachinji Khedkar sir, who is the director of this Sangli campus. I would like to say thank you to all other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, all the participants who are going to express, who are going to present their precious papers for today's conference. I would like to say thank you in this inaugural function at the beginning, that all the resource persons belonging to different sessions, all the coordinators, those will rotate the program punctually. It is my matter of immense pleasure to have some UG and PG students with us. Just now exams are going on, practicals are going on. Because of that, students' presence is less, but all the faculty members are presenting over here in this hall. I would like to say thank you to all the participants, especially belonging to other colleges, for having presence over here online and offline, because today's international conference is of hybrid mode, and really this will be very useful for us for this complete day. I would like to express here vote of thanks regarding Dr. Manoj Patil, who is the Senate member of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and who has presence over here. Just now, I want to express gist in one sentence that will be a good kind of expression and optimistic expression regarding today's conference. Henry David Thoreau, the best philosopher in American literature, always used to say, a single drop of water is an ocean. I think today's function is like a single drop of water that has a special auspicious kind of existence in the total scenario of ocean, and really it will enlarge the scenario or the world of research because of our participants. I again want to express vote of thanks regarding all the sponsors who has very, in a good manner, they provided us sponsorships for this program. Then research scholars and research students all are presenting and attending this function online and offline. All my faculty members, those are, and non-teaching members also. Sir, this is surprising thing that non-teaching members, 2-3 members are there. Those have prepared their research papers and submitted over here, and that is a remarkable thing for me and all my institute. Finally, I want to keep here motto of this today's conference, that to keep the candle of curiosity burning, we have organized this today's function. I finally express a vote of thanks for this inaugural function, and with the permission of chairperson, I would like to say that today's inaugural session is over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request all the dignitaries to be of the days and take your seats. We are deeply honored to share that our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Shahina Praveen, psychologist, mental health practitioner, and grief facilitator from Berlin, Germany, will be joining us virtually to enrich this international conference. I would like to request Dr. Raju Kagne sir to introduce our today's keynote speaker. Dr. Raju Kagne sir. So please. Girls, just help me out here.
Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to introduce with you all a keynote speaker for this one-day international conference, Anvaya 2026, Transformative Frontiers of Emerging Trends in Humanities, Science and Technology, Dr. Shahina Praveen Madam. Dr. Shahina Praveen Madam has joined virtually from Germany, Berlin. Dr. Shahina Praveen Madam is a distinguished psychologist, mental health practitioner, and a researcher with over a decade of experience in the field of clinical psychology, teaching, cross-cultural community engagement. Her work reflects deep commitment in promoting mental health being, inclusive education, and emotional resilience. Madam has an outstanding academic background. Shahina Madam completed her school education from Bihar. Madam started her journey of academic by completing bachelor's in psychology from Aligarh Muslim University. She then completed master's degree in clinical psychology from the same institution. In continuation with that, Madam has done a postgraduate diploma in clinical psychology from the NCART. Further advancing in her academic, Madam has completed MPhil and PhD from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. She later pursued her postdoctoral research from Free University Berlin, Germany, under the prestigious fellowship of Erasmus Mundus. In addition to that, Madam has received specialized training in the community mental health from Nimans, Bangalore. Currently, Madam is in Berlin, Germany, and she works as an independent psychologist offering counseling services to individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds. Dr. Shahina has made significant contribution in the field of research. She has published her research in the various national and international journals of good repute and with high impact factors. Along with that, Shahina Madam also presented her research in many national and international conferences organized in India, Germany, and France. Beyond the academics, she is also an accomplished author with books that creatively explore themes of mental health, healing, and inclusive education. She actively delivers keynote talks, invited lectures, and training programs on mental health awareness, workplace well-being, and inclusive education. One more thing I want to add here. Her unique approach of integrating psychology with creative methods like art and storytelling makes her work more impactful and truly inspiring to all of us. We are truly privileged to have such an eminent personality with us with reference to this one-day international conference, Anvaya 2026, Transformative Frontiers of Emerging Trends in Humanities, Science and Technology. Without a further ado, on behalf of Deccan Education Society, Pune, on behalf of Willingdon College, Sangli, Let us extend a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Dr. Shahina Madam. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you so much. Such a grand introduction. Hope I'm audible. मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, Madam, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you so much once again. And my deep gratitude to Willingdon College for this invitation and Professor Dr. Sawant sir for connecting me with this opportunity. So thank you so much, all the organizing team members and everyone individually and collectively to come together to create this experience of exchange and connection. सर ने इतनी लंबी मेरी लिस्ट बता दी, ये किया वो किया. ये स्टार्ट कहाँ से होता है? मैं अपनी फैमिली के आई एम द फर्स्ट फीमेल हु वेंट फॉर फॉर्मल एजुकेशन एंड 12th करने के बाद से व्हेन आई गॉट द एडमिशन लेटर फॉर बैचलर एंड आई हैड गॉट फ्यू ऑप्शंस एंड वन ऑफ देम वाज समथिंग दैट इज रिटन विद PSY एंड फर्दर. ओके. एंड मेरे घर में किसी को नहीं पता था कि ये क्या सब्जेक्ट है, इसको पढ़ते कैसे हैं. मुझे भी नहीं, किसी को नहीं पता था. Like we know physics, chemistry, biology, we know all science-based subjects, but psychology, like मैंने सुना भी नहीं था. So the journey started from there. Before I deep dive more into my presentation, मुझे पता है कि after this session, all of you are going for a break to snack something. So may I ask for something to share with me, like everyone here? Yeah? A hands up or something? Okay. So I will ask you to share 3 conscious breaths together. Okay. So let's breathe in and release. Second deep breath. Make sure it reaches to your belly. Breathe in. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, and release. And the last conscious breath together. Again, breathe in. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on as long as you can. आप किसका इंतजार कर रहे हैं? You don't need my permission to breathe. Please go ahead and blow. So now we are back to ourselves as the theme of the conference is Anvaya or Anvaya. That means connection, and such a beautiful platform to bring all the discipline together, and so that we can make bridge, we can connect all the missing pieces. Being a researcher, I quickly share my screen. Is it visible? Is it visible? Sir, is it visible? Okay. So being a researcher, the one thing we learn or we are being taught is finding gaps, like where is the missing piece. And well, when I was growing up and in my early years of education, the one thing now I realize that was missing completely is how whatever we are learning in our school, how that is translating in our everyday behavior. So the main focus was, this is my personal experience, I'm not generalizing this. So for me, the main focus was memorizing, learning theories and concepts, and so that we can write on the paper and get good grades and a better future if we keep on doing that. But that was completely disconnected from my life, that how that is serving me, and hence I'm focusing on that. So in one word, the purpose of education is transformation, evolution, human evolution, and that happens by transforming our everyday thoughts, behavior, and feelings. And for that, we need to connect whatever we are doing in our life, we need to connect to ourselves, okay, with the self. Because at once we can't change the society or collective, but by changing one at a time, this mindset also coming from me working as a practitioner, that changing one life at a time and then compounding that effect. So as the topic is visible to you, the navigating mind, psychology at the crossroads of humanities, science, and technology. So it's about life, okay. In this presentation, I will keep on asking questions, and I will suggest you to please write it down if you have a piece of paper, or grab quickly. And so that by the end of the session, you will know yourself in a much better way. Okay, this is a promise from my side. So the basic question, are we living or just coping? Whatever your answer is, be honest with yourself. This is for you. And how to know that whether we are living or we are coping is the way how we approach our everyday. So for example, I really pay attention to words that we are using. It has power, and this is the only window that help us to look into the mind of someone. We don't really read someone's mind being a psychologist. We simply know the pattern and behavior. Okay. So the question to be asked is, how do you approach your day? Is it like, I have to do it, I have to go to college, I have to go to work, or I choose to go to work, I want to go to work, or I'm excited to go to work? This is an honest assessment for you. And this will decide whether you are living or you are coping. Okay. The truth of modern reality is, on the one side, we are overwhelmed by information, like never like this before. And on the other side, we are also feeling more lost. And this is two contrast, okay? And then the feeling of being lost and disconnected is really invisible crisis that is happening because of digital advancement. And I can't really blame digital advancement for this disconnection. There are so many other things are playing in the background. Okay. So yes, psychology as a navigator, as a guide, okay, as a teacher. And yes, this is the only platform which bridges gaps. It works as a fluid and water, like कहीं भी जाके अपना रास्ता बना देना and then चीजों को connect कर लेना. Okay. So what we want and what we are willing for is humanity, expansion, and that is happening through the data we are getting through research. This is science, and also the technical advancement, and how to connect each other to live a better life. Okay, not just surviving, just to live a better life. And in order to do that, the one of the key thing that is most important is, who am I? Asking this question. So if I ask you who you are, the answer would be who you say you are. Okay, pay attention. Who you are, who you say you are, and then who you say or what you say. Okay, that depends on how you see the world. So I'm highlighting on C, S-E-E, and how we see depends on three things. The S is self. This is, so how I self, the self individual is experiencing inner world and the outer world, and how that individual is expressing. So this is a continuous circular process. It's in like anti-clock and clockwise both direction. So self experience and expression. This is our whole life. And this is the purpose of our life. Okay. So experience depends on two things, identity, and the second thing is perception. Okay. If I ask you the one thing that truly belongs to you is what? Just ponder for a moment. That no one can change, no one can take away from you, no one can give you that. This is truly yours. It's perception. How you see yourself, how you see others. That's it. It's simple. So experience is depending like identity, who am I? And identity, we feel that this is fixed, but it is not. It is constantly evolving and changing. And the other aspect is expression. Okay. An expression in healthy way, like anger is also expression, complaining is also expression. But the way we see ourselves is the way we are expressing. Again, this is like continuous thing happening all the time. So I'm getting, this is a human machine, and I'm expressing, receiving, expressing. This is how it is. It comes to psychology as a crossroads. So there are two major aspects about this. The one is using human psychology to advance and to make AI. That is one aspect. And today I'm focusing on using our own psychology. Not only using, psychology means understanding. It's not reading someone's minds. It's not fixing their problems or fixing the symptoms. It is understanding how we think, how what we think, and how to think in our favor and in favor of others. So from the first is from coping to consciousness. Okay. And this awareness is called as psychology in action. Okay. And for this, without awareness, it is not possible. You cannot clean our house if you don't see where the dust is. This is impossible. Okay. The second trend is the healing power of expression. Okay. I in my work, I really focus on this creative expression. हम लोग को लगता है कि अरे हम अगर डॉक्टर हैं तो हमें डांस क्यों करना है या लिखना किस लिए है, लेकिन हम भूल जाते हैं कि like 10 minutes of free writing or 10 minutes of doing any activity is bringing a lot of positive energy in your real work, जहाँ पे आपको maybe boring भी लगे at times, but you have to do it kind of situation. Okay. And this is healthy expression is missing. And one of the link from not expressing who we are, like truly who we are, is the cause of autoimmune disorders. So our immunity is being, I would say, compromised because we are not expressing in a healthy way. Okay. The third is the mind-body connection. So earlier, the entire focus used to be on mind and body connection, and now the focus is also on the body and mind connection. So whatever we are thinking, we are suppressing, like emotionally, that is being stored in our body. There is a book called The Body Keeps Score. And this is a beautiful way, like that book is a beautiful, described in a beautiful way that how like each and every unexpressed emotions are being stored in our body, and that turned into physical illness. Okay, so this is if I ask someone, okay, do you feel like you are suppressing your emotions? And the person might say, no, not really. And if you ask, do you have any autoimmune condition? You see that the number of and the rate of diabetes, cancer, you see the body pain, headache. These are all caused by emotions that we are not expressing in a healthy way, like suppressed emotion, like there are so many fears of being judged, like individual level self-criticism to criticism by others. And the one key, life means emotional regulation. And this is the new intelligence. Now there is a lot less conversation about IQ. It's more needed skill is emotional regulation. Okay. And it's not like going heart and mind against, it's coming together and making a bridge, like how to work with that. And the final trend is evolving within technology. And this is a question to ponder upon for every one of us who is here. And the one conversation about AI is that it is going to take our job, and this is working against like our needs to such extent. And what we forget is we can't get away from or run away from our accountability. Like anything and everything as per the meaning of psychology, the school of meaning in psychology, is neutral. Okay, it's not negative, not positive. And this is neutral because because so that we can give meaning to it. And if I ask कि आग अच्छा है या बुरा है, I don't know, like डिपेंड करता है कि आग हम किस लिए यूज कर रहे हैं. द सेम फायर जो हमें खाना पका के देता है, द सेम फायर से हमारा खाना जल जाता है. So we can't blame AI, we can't blame others, we can't blame circumstances for our state of being, what we feel inside. And the one of the biggest power of us is the power to will, okay, to choose. And जब हम इसको compromise करते हैं, then the entire system is being compromised. We feel miserable because I don't know what to do. Okay. So I'm not saying that our circumstances are not contributing it, but they're not really controlling it. Contribution, of course, but there's nothing beyond this. There is no outside wall, like from your head to toe, and using 5 basic senses. Okay. So इस पे मुझे एक दोहे की एक पंक्ति याद आ रही है कि जाति न पूछो साधु का, पूछ लीजिए ज्ञान. So even this is artificial intelligence. The source is artificial, but not the intelligence. Intelligence is real. It can come to us through any source, like dream, reading a book. A book is also artificial intelligence. Uska wisdom is so important, like Gita, Quran, whatever you like we offer, and Bible, and वो कागज का पन्ना है, उसमें जान भी नहीं है, but the wisdom is changing lives. Okay, the source could be artificial. साधु का जाति पूछने से कोई मतलब नहीं है. Okay, so our whole intention and effort is how to use whatever is available to evolve, to make our life better. And also the moment we decide to make our life better, we are also making people around better. This is how it is. What goes inside comes outside. And for that, what we require is simply, no matter where we are, just pause for a moment. One conscious breath. It is not taking a lot of time. Simply connecting to yourself and then moving ahead. 10 seconds of breath. A simple mindset shift. Okay, now I'm done with my previous work. Now I'm shifting to another role. 10 seconds of break consciously. It changes the entire mood and your energy level. And awareness, it sounds like blessings and also a curse, because once you are aware, you are conscious, you are seeing more of everything, good, bad, ugly, and everything in between. And without seeing, it is not possible to shift, to change, and to transform. My entire focus is changing individual, and this is how we are changing collective. Like just one word, being an artist, I'm taking liberty to play with words. The name of the college, Willingdon, willing. We are willing to come here to create this experience, to learn from each other. And no matter what we are choosing, we are always doing it willingly, whether reaction or response, overthinking to awareness, or merely surviving to really thriving in our life. This is your will, the power of will. And yes, hence this is the last slide of my presentation. And as I mentioned earlier, there is no word outside from head to toe, using our 5 basic senses. And when we use our 5 basic senses, it is so well integrated, it becomes our 6th sense, our intuition or intuition. Okay. And this is the task we have to do it. This image remind karega Gautam Buddha ko, and even he is saying that कि सब घर बार छोड़ के जंगल जाने की जरूरत नहीं है for salvation, मोक्ष के लिए. So now the life is changing. It's not about just spirituality or science. It's about both integration, having mindset, perspective of spirituality, and using all the modern technology and sciences to make our life better. गौतम बुद्ध का एक और भी कहीं पे कोट मैंने पढ़ा था कि अगर कोई रोड पे मिले या बोले कि मैं बुद्ध हूँ तो उसको गोली मार दो. I don't know कितना authentic ये चीज है, but just for a storytelling. And here is our entire work, navigating inner mastery. और इसी तरीके से हम लोग बाहर की चीजों से कनेक्ट होते हैं. For example, like some words are like so common, like burnout, managing the stress of the world. Like, really? हम दुनिया का स्ट्रेस पे मैनेज कर रहे हैं आप लाइक एम आई गोइंग डोर टू डोर सेइंग कि ओके आपके पास स्ट्रेस है इस कंट्री के पास स्ट्रेस है एंड दे दो आई एम गोइंग टू मैनेज इट नो we are managing our nervous system. That's it. We are managing our emotions. We are regulating our emotions in a healthy way by expressing in a healthy way. And this is easy. This is really simple. So here I go, and from my own life perspective, I use several aspects of my life. Like, I'm not a therapist, I am not a researcher, I am not a just writer or an author. I integrate all aspects of me in my everyday life. And there is one poem from my book that calls नई सरहद, और मैं उसको पढ़ना चाहूंगी कि सरहद मेरी हद, सरहद मेरी हद करूं परिभाषित मुसलसल, बदलते मौसम के संग अनोखे फूल पत्तों के रंग, जो मैं देख सकूं आंखें खुली हो या बंद। और यहाँ पे आंखें खुली और हो या बंद से दो चीजें हैं। द साइंस, जहां हमारी आंखें खुली हुई हैं, और जहां पे बंद है, दैट इज स्पिरिचुअलिटी। आंखें खुली हो या बंद, सर पर है आकाश निरंतर, अपने किस्से का और अपने हिस्से का आसमान की सीमा मेरी सोच पर है निर्भर, अपनी हदों को कर पार नई सरहद बनाऊं बार बार। There is no change without changing your identity and seeing yourself as fluid. Like, we are changing with consciousness, we are changing mountain. We are changing every hard thing that we could see. And thank you from my side. I will really appreciate to share one or two takeaways from this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam. Healing is very important in our life if you want to proceed with peaceful mind. What a wonderful and very important message has given by our keynote speaker today. I would request Dr. Raju Kagne sir to proceed in order to give vote of thanks for this keynote session. Dr. Raju Kagne sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm very much grateful to Dr. Shahina Praveen madam for delivering a wonderful lecture on the topic of navigating mind, psychology at the crossroads of humanity, science and technology. Definitely it was a very wonderful experience. Madam, in her keynote speech, reveals us regarding the difference between living and coping. Also, we have how to navigate our inner mastery. In her talk, Madam reveals us about the power of beautiful brain, beautiful mind, and the psychology. It has a power to change the world. It has a power to change the emotion. It has the power to change the life. Once again, on behalf of Deccan Education Society, Pune, and Willingdon College, Sangli, I propose my sincere thanks to Dr. Shahina Praveen madam. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for this experience. And you carry on. I will be missing you, my presence there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Bye.
I would request all the participants to enjoy the tea break. It will be of 15 minutes and the next session will start soon. Thank you.
देशमुख सरांचं एक हो. हे पण घालते आता.
Hello. All the participants are requested to be gathered in the Willingdon Hall, as within 5 minutes we are going to start with the next technical session. All are requested to be present in Willingdon Hall. कृपया सगळ्यांना विनंती आहे की आपण वेलणकर हॉलमध्ये बसून घ्यावं, कारण आपण सगळे बसल्याशिवाय पुढचं सेशन सुरू होणार नाही. गेस्ट वाट बघतायत आपली. पाटील मॅडम, बाहेर कोण असेल सांगायचं. जे पार्टिसिपंट्स मागे बसले आहेत त्यांनी कृपया पुढे येऊन बसावं. आपला पुढचा टेक्निकल सेशन आपण सुरू करतोय. गेस्ट येत आहेत. बाहेर कोण असेल त्यांनी आत बसून घ्यायला पाहिजे. गॅलरीमध्ये जे लोक आहेत त्यांनी देखील खाली आलं तर बरं होईल जरा. पार्टिसिपंट्स जे गॅलरीमध्ये बसलेले आहेत गॅलरीमध्ये जे बसलेत ते खाली या कृपया. वेलकम सर. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to welcome you all in the second technical session, which will be conducted by the eminent personality from Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Dr. M.S. Deshmukh, sir. He's going to share his thoughts and he's going to give us the idea on the concept, which is a very booming concept nowadays, that is startup ecosystem, driver of economic growth for Viksit Bharat. So nowadays we are hearing this word Viksit Bharat. So regarding this, he's going to share his views along with us. So on behalf of Deccan Education Society, Willingdon College, Sangli, and the entire organizing committee of Anvaya, I once again welcome Dr. Deshmukh sir, and I request him to deliver his speech.
टाइम किती अर्धा तास.
A very good afternoon to one and all. फोल्डर असेल पेन ड्राईव्हमध्ये फोल्डर आहे. हां, स्लाइड्स फॉर्मॅट टाका. At the outset, it's very indeed to be here with you today on this international conference. And I am very much grateful on behalf of Shivaji University as well as from myself for inviting me here to deliver a special lecture that is very popularly titled as Startup Ecosystem, Drivers of Economic Growth for Viksit Bharat. And we understood that in the inaugural session, Dr. Nitin Karmalkar has mentioned about the need of the multidisciplinary approach in the higher education system is just because of implementation of National Education Policy 2020. And effectively, including the Shivaji University, most of the universities in the state as well as in the country, which are in the journey of implementation of this particular approach. And that is why this particular conference, which is organized by the Willingdon College, by taking this approach into consideration, is the need of the hour in years to come when we go for the implementation of NEP 2020, both UG and PG effectively in the years to come. Now, if I talk about the startup ecosystem, this word which will be little different for the students, because students are from the various kind of disciplines, maybe science, technology, commerce, management, humanities, and so on and so forth. But the startup ecosystem, which is applicable to all the faculties, including the humanities too. That is what we will emphasize in 30 to 25 minutes, the time which is given to me to present my ideas in this particular international conference occasion. We know that why do we talk about the startup ecosystem in a country like India since particularly 2000 onwards, and specifically from 2014-15 onwards, and particularly from 2016 onwards, we have emphasized more for the Making in India, Startup India, Digital India, all these kind of policy documents from Ministry of Commerce or the Government of India as such. What is required for the startup ecosystem is, particularly, I will begin with 3 I's. What are the 3 I's? That 3 I's are associated with your idea, it's associated with your innovation, and it's associated with your invention. So I will start with the first I. The first I is nothing but those who want to get engaged in this startup ecosystem need some sort of creativity. So creativity matters. आपण त्याला मराठीत संकल्पना, आयडिया किंवा कोणती तरी नवीन संकल्पना म्हणतो. So the creativity matters, and for that creativity, some kind of idea you should have to have within the mind. Once you have idea, then you can nurture that particular idea. Nurturing your idea becomes a subsequent step. So unless and until you are not having an idea within the mind, we will not get engaged into the startup culture or startup ecosystem. So the fundamental aspect of this particular topic is you should come with some ideas. Idea may be fruitful, idea may not be fruitful, but some sort of thought-provoking process is required. Slowly and gradually, that kind of idea can be nurtured. And the nurturing of that particular idea is the need of the hours today. And that is why idea can be converted into innovation. And that idea converting into innovation, in between, there is a step what we call as invention. So the second I is associated with invention. What that invention is, invention means some kind of discovery. Invention means finding some kind of new process, new product, new idea, or new kind of activity. So once we discover that kind of activity, that may be something different than the existing, then this process is called as a second I, and the second I we treat here as invention. Now this invention matters. Converting that invention into innovation is a subsequent step. And that's why in a startup ecosystem to get engaged, what is more important is to have these 3 I's. And these 3 I's, I mean invention, innovation, and the ideas. Going ahead and talking about what kind of discoveries, what kind of ideas, or what kind of innovations which has taken place. Third slide, which has taken place. If you see this particular picture, you will see that what is new in this, because we know that, even I also know, you also know, what we realize this, we find that a person which is having an instrument that may be called as telephone, that can be called as a mobile, even that may be called as tab, even it may be called as a smartphone, digital instruments are there. or it may be in the form of emails, Facebooks, WhatsApps, etc. My idea to bring this slide before you is to just inculcate that once upon a time or few years back, these concepts were not there. How do we pass the communication? We are passing the communication through the physical form of letters, what we call as inland letter or postcard. Slowly and gradually that has got converted into now a digital form of message. And this digital form of message we are transferring because of some ideas someone has thought some years back, some discovery some years back which has taken place, and the application of that invention is in the form of innovation which we are doing. So we don't know exactly how the mobile is functioning except that technocratic man. Being a sociology person, Hindi person, Marathi person, or political science person, will not get engaged into how to manufacture that device. But he or she know how to use that device. Person who don't know how to produce, how to manufacture, but person know how to make use of that kind of device. So we all are conducive to make these kind of devices or this kind of technology. And this technology has made a drastic change, what we call as either a radical change or an incremental change in the startup ecosystem. So any kind of idea, any kind of invention, any kind of innovation which is supporting for the development of the country, which is supporting for the Viksit Bharat, what we are projecting for 2047. How we are linking with this? 2000 and before that, I mean 1999, 1998, go back, we were not talking much about the entrepreneurial activities. We were not talking much about the startup-related activities. We were getting engaged in agriculture, allied sector, manufacturing activity, service-related activity, but specifically we were not focusing on that. But from 2015-16 onwards, we made a specific target, specific agenda, specific approach, specific strategy to focus on this entrepreneur-related activity. And as a result of this, these are the technological changes which we have started to make use for making our primary, secondary, and tertiary sector more functional, more active. And that is why this particular international conference, which we are conducting today in a hybrid mode, the reason is the use of the technology. So technology always matters. In this particular technology, once you talk about the startup as such, then the startup culture will have the strategy, will have the target, will have the vision, will have the ideas, as well as the locations. So I just mentioned the 3 I's, but beyond that, one has to think. So this particular logo, which we are just observing on this particular screen, which is making you to get engaged in that activity, what we call as the startup-related activity. So as mentioned earlier, idea matters, your vision matters, your discovery matters, and accordingly, the young youth which will get engaged under this kind of activity. As I mentioned about the young youth, why do I call as young youth? Because the agenda of the strategy for the Viksit Bharat by 2047, which we are projecting, which we are forecasting, which we are trying to get into, is totally we are shouldering on our own youth. And that youth is nothing but the young population of our economy. We understood that almost 144 crore peoples, which are the part and parcel of our Bharat. That's our size of the population which we call as. But out of that total population, how much is the population which comes under the youth category? If you realize that, then we can understand around 65% plus is the youth population which is getting engaged under this demographic dividend. So if you are in a position to make use of the youth, and if you empower youth by skilling more, by getting engaged under the entrepreneurial activity more, by implementing our National Education Policy 2020 with all these 6 verticals, in which there's a skill enhancement, in which there's a vocational skill enhancement, at least minimum some skill if you are in a position to give to that youth, then down the line, few years down the line, we'll see that replication of that, or the percolation of that idea, which will automatically take place. So once we show the seeds, then plant is definitely going to grow. So one has to show the seeds of the skilling to generate the idea, then I understand that few years down the line, we'll have many startups which will take place. If you see the example of various countries on this globe, because we always talks about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that's our priority, that's what our term, that's our culture, that's our value. And our globally 200 plus countries, if you realize, then we understand that most of the countries in the past has faced the demographic dividend in that particular period only, in that duration only, in which that country is having a youth population more. So I take the example of either UK or USA or Japan or Germany, whatnot. If you see the India, from 2018 onwards, the stage has occurred to our own country that till 2060, we are in a position to face the demographic division. So this is the duration, this is the tenure, 2018 to 2060, in which our youth population will be more, and that is what one has to motivate more to get engaged through the skilling under the startup. So this is the duration in which we are expecting about the Viksit Bharat. So that fetching the demographic dividend through the entrepreneurial activity, through the startup culture, is the priority of the Bharat for years to come. Moving to the next slide, if we talk about where India stands globally, we understood that either the big or the small or the micro countries, if you take into account, they are something more than 200 plus on this globe. Of that 200 plus countries, if we talk about the 5 topmost countries, so India has achieved the position in that top 5 countries. And if you see how much is the turnover of that particular country, if you see America, what we call as USA, United States of America, every year how much is the national income of USA, what we call as turnover of USA. So the turnover of USA is something more than $31.8 trillion. This is the figure which I am just projecting for 2025-26. So $31.6 trillion is the income of USA. $20.7 trillion per year I'm talking about is the income of China. $5.3 trillion is the income of Germany. $4.51 trillion is the income of India, and $4.5 trillion is the income of Japan. So the India has moved in the last 10 to 15 years from the 11th largest economy to the 4th largest economy, and slowly and gradually the annual income of our India, which is increasing at an exponential rate. That rate I will talk subsequently, but out of the total income of the globe, which country contributes how much? If you see the figure within the bracket, 27% of the total globe income which comes from the USA. India, how much is contributing? India is contributing 3.6. To understand roughly, you can take 4% is the global income which the India is contributing. But I will take you back for 1,000 plus years. What we were talking earlier was Bharat ek sone ki chidiya thi. That is the slogan you must have heard. Why do we were talking about Bharat ek sone ki chidiya thi? Reason at that time, 1,000 years back, 1,200 to 1,500 years back, that time, India's total contribution, I'm talking about Akhanda Bharat. So India's total contribution in the globe was 33%. Imagine, we were at 33% that time, now we are at roughly 4%. Where things have gone wrong? What has happened where our income has drastically declined? What strategically went wrong in the last 1,000, 1,500 years, where our contribution was reduced. Now, 2018 onwards, another opportunity which we have got in the form of demographic dividend to make it India back what we were 1,000 years before. So to make India as a Sone ki Chidiya once again in the title of Viksit Bharat 2047, there are a lot of potentials, there are a lot of opportunities, and startup culture is one of the opportunity or potential to this. And that's why the last line, if you see, our fourth position, we are moving towards the third position in the world by crossing the Germany in the year 2027-28. It means 1 year or 2 years down the line, India will cross even Germany too. Why do we say this? Because growth rate of India in all the global countries of the world, who is growing at a faster and fastest rate, you will understand that the projection done by the World Bank, projection done by the IMF, projection done by the UN and UNDP also, all that international bodies, they understood India's growth rate is something more than 6 to 7%. At that rate, no country in the world, either USA or UK or Germany or Japan, is not growing. Our annual growth rate is much better than the rest of the country. And that is the reason we are projecting from 2 years down the line, India will cross the Germany too. Talking about the entire world as such, how much is the income of the entire globe? You must be having some figures in the mind. The total annual income of the globe is $1 to $4 trillion, of which $4.15 trillion is India's income, and 31 point something dollar is the US's income. So this is the entire map of the globe in which who is contributing how much. I will not spend more time on the statistics of this, only the visual impression that gives a clear-cut idea that who is at how much depth in the ocean or in the water. So India is the fourth largest and soon will become the third largest. That is what the strategy or the policy India has adopted. Going ahead and talking about the 5 leading startup economies. This is in generally I was talking about the country as such or the nation as such and global ranking of that particular nation in the universe as such. But specifically about the startup economy, we know that, or we were talking in the past, that a startup was only the case of the Silicon Valley. I mean, something new happens only in the Silicon Valley. That was our, what we can call as a thought in the past. But forget about that. Come out from that, India has taken a great stand in the startup ecosystem. And we are becoming from third largest startup economy to the second largest startup economy within the world. That's why the title for the today's seminar's presentation is Startup Ecosystem is a driver for the Viksit Bharat. Why? Because we have reached at from third to the second largest ecosystem. Talking about the second largest ecosystem, which will be the first one? USA is the first one because that is having the fundamental things earlier well established. So 80,000 something plus were the startup in US. India were having 17.678. This particular figure, if you compare with the figure which was released in the 2 days back, we'll find that the number of startups, and that to register startup through the DIPP number, the amount of the figure is something more. And that's why I say that, not to the extent of US, but we have crossed to the UK, and we have become the second largest economy. So though we talk about India is the fourth largest in terms of income, but we are the second largest in terms of startup ecosystem. And that is what one of the very important driver for the Viksit Bharat. So these are the 5 countries globally which are contributing more in their own economic growth by earning better income through the startups. Moving ahead and talking about how much is the contribution of startup ecosystem. If you see 2023, the startup has contributed $140 billion. We know that the total GDP of India, what we understood, $4.15 trillion. $4.15 trillion. Of that, $140 billion is the income or is the earning which we are contributing in national income of India through the startup ecosystem. That's why the largest rate or largest revenue or highest income that youth which are contributing for the development of the economy. And that is why the rate at which we are growing, the rate is 6.5 or 7% per annum. What we are projecting in 2030 and subsequently 2047. These are the projections. Projections are not based only on the figures. They are based on some fundamental calculations at what rate we are growing, how much is the stand up today, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, if at this rate if you grow, how much will be the income. If that projection is done, then by 2030, India's startup system will contribute $1 trillion. Please remember, for government of Maharashtra, for the Viksit Bharat, we are projecting Maharashtra contribution in the government of India's or India's contribution, $1 trillion will be the contribution of state economy. For what the Maharashtra will contribute, that much equally our startup ecosystem in overall income of India, that will contribute. So only one sector which will be driving very fast for the development of the economy. And by 2047, the contribution of this will be something more than $1.6 trillion. There are many countries you must have seen on that particular pie chart graph, that circular graph, whose contribution of the income in overall global income. So we will find that there will be something, or the most of the country which are having seen a decimal point. Decimal point, I mean 0 point something. But our contribution, which becomes very larger. So these are the hopes. These are the expectations. This is the strategy. This is the target. And if you inculcate this kind of culture, this kind of strategy, this kind of vision in the minds of the youth who is enter into the educational system, whose average age is 30 to 32 years, our life expectancy is something more than 86 years. If you bring it down, that 86 to 30, 32 years, roughly we are getting 55 to 60 years. The next 55 to 60 years, we have a very bright future for the government of India to project that how the Viksit Bharat which will take place. This is what the global standing. Global standing will be something around $7.7 trillion. Ours will be $1.6 trillion. Going ahead and talking about what are the key areas or what are the key sectors in which we are performing better. I don't mean that we should only concentrate on certain sectors. Our concentration is throughout. That 360-degree concentration which is taking place from agriculture to manufacturing to service sector, in all areas, our startups are there. But among that, in which is the area where if you put lesser efforts, we can get more return. So these key areas are fintech. Fintech is finance-related startups. Because our service sector at present is contributing in overall income of our economy is around 55 to 56%. It means more than half income, the third sector is contributing, and one of the activity of that third sector, one has to prioritize. And that is why startup in that sectors, which are also coming in the largest way. Some examples are Paytms, Razorpay, EduTech. EduTech, for example, Byju's is one of the startup, which is the top 10 number startup. I mean, ranking is 10th in the world. That is the Indian startup, and that is the educational startup, which is performing better globally and having within top 10. So these are the things which are happening in a country like India. That's why the future, what I am projecting is little bright. Then health-related startups. Some of the initiatives taken by the government of India in the form of Startup India, as I mentioned earlier, from 2016 onwards, we have specifically defined the government policies, specifically defined the program in the form of Startup India, and we have started to nurture, started to get inculcated into more incubation centers, not only in the industrial setup, but also in a university and the college level, higher education, institutional setup, where we do find in years to come, maybe 5 years, 10 years down the line, we'll find that these are the new kind of ideas and startup from educational institutions which will also take place. Bharat Startup Knowledge Access Registration is also made. If you visit to the Startup India portal, you'll find that day by day, the startup quantum which is increasing. Earlier, you find that 6 months down the line or maybe 1 year down the line, we got some figures, but now the rate at which the startups are coming, the rate is of exponential. Talking about the economic trends, where or at what rate India is growing. As I said earlier, 6%, 6.5%, 7%, which is the largest rate with that India is performing compared to the rest of the countries. But if you see that 2020, our rate was 9.1%. 2022, it is 7.2%. We are projecting 6.5, 6.3. It means nothing less than 6% will be the rate of the growth of Indian economy. That's a minimum growth rate at which we are performing. Sometimes, if the things get what you can call as convenient, or climate is good, agriculture production is better, if the monsoon is good, then agriculture contribution through the process industry which may increase, because agriculture is that sector which is totally based on the monsoon, totally based on the climatic changes, where risk is more, where vulnerability is more, and according to risk and vulnerability, matter gets fluctuating. But if you get a smooth climatic period, agriculture, if contributes something more than 4%, then our growth rate will be beyond 7%. On an average, we project agriculture must contribute 4%. But sometimes because of famines and drought and heavy rainfall, the contribution declines. But in general, the contribution takes place. We are in a sustainable development strategy, what we call as SDG program. Millennium Development Goals, we have completed in 2016, but targets not achieved. But subsequently, the strategy has come in the form of Sustainable Development Goal, where 17 goals are being given, and each country has given the mandate, including the India. And India is performing better in all these Sustainable Development Goals. And that is why our Sustainable Development Goal Index, the index I'm talking about, that index, out of the 200 plus countries, our ranking is 99th rank. I'm talking about SDG ranking, which is up 99. Slowly and gradually, we are moving upward in this particular areas. These are the certain things which require for the growth of the economy to channelize our all the activities, industrial activities also, for the consumption of coal, energy, particularly about the renewable energy, climatic changes, or some of the areas in agriculture which I have mentioned about a sustainable type of agriculture. It means natural farming we talk about. It means organic farming which we talk about. We understood that a chemical farming is having many, many side effects. So we are once again moving from what our fathers and forefathers were doing, that type of cultivation which is based on the compost manual, which will be free of chemical fertilizer. That is very important for healthy atmosphere or health of the Indian citizen as such. And that's why these are the areas which are very important from the India's economy point of view. I will take differently in another slide that how we have passed, what was our journey. If you see our journey after the independence, I'm not taking back, 1947 onwards till 2047, in that 100 years, and in the past from day to day till the last years or decades back, what was our journey? Our journey started with planning, what we call as a strategic planning. This planning is called as 5 years plan. So each plan was a 5 year, it consists of 5 years. So in every plan we have prioritized some activities. First plan was focusing on agriculture, second plan was focusing on industry, third plan was focusing on combination of both agriculture as well as industry. Fourth plan has focused more on stability, social justice. Fifth plan, which also focus more on activities like, for example, breaking the productivity of technology. Sixth plan was focusing on infrastructure and services. Seventh plan the same strategy, infrastructure and services. 8th plan has given major reforms, what we call as economic reforms. After 1991, we have understood that there is a LPG package. LPG is not like a gas. LPG means liberalization, privatization, and globalization, where we have opened our economy to the rest of the world through the WTO after 1994 onwards. So these were the strategies, and accordingly 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th plan has successfully completed. Last 5-year plan was a 12th 5-year plan, where most of the educational institution has got some grants under the 12th 5-year plan too, also through the UGC. After that, the Niti Aayog has come into picture, and they have strategically started to focus on various priority areas, and particularly about MSME sector. What is that MSME? Micro, small, and medium enterprises. This is the area in which the employment potential and opportunities are more than the large-scale industries. And that's why MSME sector, MSME ministry, which is giving much more grant for the startups. If anybody has an idea and want to nurture the idea and can get converted into commercialization of that particular idea, at least minimum 15 lakh rupees are getting sanctioned by the ministry through the micro, medium, and small enterprises. So those who have the idea, they can come forward, get connected with the incubation center, prepare a proposal, and apply to this kind of agency. Talking about the next slide, that is what I mentioned earlier. In the world, who is running fast? In the world, who is growing fast? Or at what rate the countries are growing? If you see the growth rate of the countries, we understand that world is growing at 0.2%. जग 0.2% वाढतंय प्रत्येक वर्षी. What about India? India is having the growth 0.1%. China, Brazil, their growth has been stagnated. US, Russia, France, if these countries, if you see, then US and Russia, the growth rate is a negative. So their growth rate has become the negative. So we have a positive sign that at least the positive symptoms are there in the world, and India is progressing at that rate. If you go to the next, then you can understand that. That is a simple version. This becomes exponential. Next slide. The simple version is year-to-year growth rate. On an average, year-on-year growth I'm talking about. Year-on-year growth, who is growing at fast? If you see the length of that particular graph, we understand UK 1%, China 4.3%, G20 countries, where 20 countries group is there, where 2 years back, in a New Delhi at the Bharat Mandapan, that inauguration which has taken place, all that countries together growing 2.9%, and US is growing at 1.5. What about India? India's growth rate is 6.4. Our projection is not less than 6. We will be always better than the 6, 6.4, 6.5, 7, 7.5. Is will be the growth, and that is what the very important aspect for the Viksit Bharat to move from a 4th largest economy to the 3rd largest economy, from 3rd ecosystem to the 2nd startup ecosystem economy. Going ahead, go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. Next slide. Going ahead, talking about next slide, GI index. Going ahead and talking about, I'm just giving some global reports information. What is that global report? This report is not done by any particular agency or any particular institution, but this is a well-popularized report. Every year get published, and that report is called as Global Innovation Index. It is called as GII. There are certain reports you should go through on a regular basis, on a yearly basis. Human Development Index, what we call as HDR report, Human Development Report, every year gets published. Global Innovation Index, every year gets published. Gender Development Index, every year gets published. Gender Empowerment Index, every year gets published. I brought only one report here for your information. That is innovation-related report. Because startup, though it looks like an entrepreneur activity, but behind, a lot of things are required. And that lot of things required idea, and idea need invention, and innovation to be percolated into innovation. So the Global Innovation Index matters. Where does India stand today in the Global Innovation Index? If you see the figure, India's ranking in 2025 is 38th ranking out of 200 plus countries. Few years back, if you go back to 2016, 2026, and 2016, 10 years down the line, I mean 10 years back, what was our ranking? Our ranking was 86. So we have moved upward from 86th ranking globally for the Innovation Index to the 38th ranking in 2025. That is the rate at which we are progressing, that rate matters. Rate at which we are performing, that performance matter. And this performance is only the startup ecosystem performance through the Innovation Index. Talking ahead and moving about the next slide, what are the pillars of this Global Innovation Index? How do we calculate that? This is the methodology. I will not spend more time on this because this is the researchable area. But to just name, the methodology says market sophistication, knowledge and technology related output, Global Innovation Index, business sophistication, human capital, institution, creative ideas or output, and infrastructure. So these are the pillars through which Global Innovation Index get calculated. Going ahead and talking about globally, where do we stand? Either in a high income category, medium income category, or low income category. So if you take that into consideration, then what one can understand that India stand, though we call as India is a developing country, India is a Vikasit, not a developed, advanced. Vikasit, it's a developing country, but within that all developing countries, so developed nations and developing nations. Within the developing nations, India's ranking is at number 1. So in a leading progressing countries, we are at a number 1. Next slide. Talking about the latest information. Earlier slide was talking about year-wise data. But I am giving the information of 2025 in front of you that, as I mentioned, in the various categories of that, we are progressing better. And if you visualize this impact, in the Latin America, Chile, Brazil, and Mexico are doing better. In Northern America, US and Canada are doing better. Sub-African countries where South Africa is also doing better. Northern Africa, Israel is doing better. And talking about Europe, Switzerland is doing better. And if you talk about Central and Southern Asia, where India is doing much, much better. So this is what the area in which we are performing, but till date, we are in lower middle income categories. We have to move from lower income to lower middle income to upper middle income to high income categories. Though we are the 4th largest, but still we are in the 3rd category here. So I jump from the 3rd to the 2nd, and 2nd to the 1st. Very soon, by 2030, it will take place because number of startup registered in the Government of India's portal, they are something more than 2 lakh plus. So if each contribute at least some amount, if each employ at least minimum 5 to 10 people from the market, the definitely employment opportunities and income which will flow up better. Going ahead and talking about, going ahead and talking about the global innovation trackers, I think this is a very much more statistics involved. So I will not spend more time on that. Next slide, which talks about here economies with 2 or more clusters in 2025. 2 or more clusters. And these 2 or more clusters which gets fetched within top 100 economies of the world. If we talk about top 100 economies of the world, then we find that US and China. So why the China's income is something more than $21 trillion per annum? Because Har Ghar Udyog is the strategy that China has adopted. If you see a particular house, there will be some sort of small or medium enterprise which is taking place. In India, that is not taking place. This kind of culture one has to brought into. So everywhere we are going for searching of job. Searching of job is not the priority. Your ideas must be brought into practice by the entrepreneurial activity. That may be like a small udyog, maybe lizzat papad, that kind of udyog, that kind of activity can be initiated. But no doubt, India is performing in this kind of cluster also better. What support is required for startup system to strengthen more? If you see the amount of budgetary provision made by the budget in every countries, and India, if you see, we find our budgetary provision is something less. How much? It is something around 0.64. It means 1% and lesser amount which we are giving in the budget for the startup ecosystem. And if you see the Israel, South Korea, their amount budgetary provision is 4.9. It means 5%, something more than that. We have to slowly and gradually, in a budgetary provision itself, to extend our budgetary amount from 0.6 to 1 to 1.5 to 2%. At least a 2% budget if you make, then India from the third largest will shoot to the second largest. And if you make 4-5% budgeted provision, definitely that will become a number one in the world. So these are the expectations which we need from the policymakers in the budgetary provision to strengthen the startup ecosystem by channelizing more fund within the country. Talking about the various states in which we know number of states are more, we are having federal system, central government and state governments. Maharashtra is one of the state which is the number one state in the startup ecosystem. 2 years back, the Maharashtra startup ecosystem has crossed to the Karnataka government. Earlier, Karnataka was at number one. Now the Maharashtra has become the number one. But the Maharashtrian startups which are coming much more. Why? Because the areas like Mumbai, area like Pune, area like Nashik, area like Aurangabad. So metropolitan cities and tier 2 cities which are contributing more. Similar slides which are coming subsequently where we can understand. Talking about the relationship, you can skip this slide because this is the two economical. Next slide also you can skip. Next slide you can skip. Go to the next slide. Next, 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 next. Yeah. Talking about the various areas in the pockets. Which are the pockets in which the startups are performing better? If you realize this, one can understand that, as I mentioned, Bangalore is the startup hub. Out of certain metro cities, if you see the area covered by the Bangalore is having much more startup. Followed by Mumbai, then Delhi NCR, Ahmedabad, Chennai, Pune, Hyderabad, so on and so forth. But specifically talking about, go to the next slide. Specifically talking about, go to the next slide. Next, go to the next slide. Specifically talking about, go to the next slide. Yeah, next slide. Next. Next. Go to the next. Next. Yeah. 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 This is the area in which you can find the map. Next slide. These are the cities in which the startups are taking place. Next slide. Yeah. This is what I want to show to you, that how many number of startups in which pocket of the country and which city of the country which are taking place. As we know, Bangalore is at number one, but 950 plus startups which are taking place in Bangalore. Hyderabad 280 plus, NCR Delhi 650 plus, Chennai 200 plus, Mumbai 370 plus, Pune 180 plus. So these are the metro areas or metro cities where startups started to perform better. We are extending our wings from tier 1 city to tier 2 city. Next slide. If you go to the tier 2 cities in the Maharashtra, because we know that Mumbai is a metro city, then the Pune it is becoming. Now if you see the tier 2 cities, which are the cities? Nashik, Nagpur, Pune, and Aurangabad. So these areas or these pockets which are also giving or nurturing ideas, invention, innovations, and the startup has started to take place. So metros and the class 2 tier 2 cities which are contributing much more better. Go to the next slide. Next slide. One more slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Now, my point here is, Once we talk about more about startup and Viksit Bharat, in the past many years, we have only focused about that model of economy, what we call as a linear growth model. What is linear growth model? We are only talking about a straight line progress. But the world is thinking about a circular growth model. Now the need has come, the time has come to give the thought process for the circular economy model. So the circular economy model is to be adopted in years to come. Next. Yeah, next. And this being the last slide, what is expected? What is expected for startup ecosystem, and accordingly we are projecting the Viksit Bharat. The important idea of our economy, because we are the number one in the size of population and 65% plus is the youth population, job creation is our priority. Employment opportunities are must. Startup culture, which will definitely provide more and more employment opportunities. So I give the seeds, feeding, funding to the startup, definitely employment which will increase. Innovation, ideas are there, discovery is taking place, invention is taking place, but converting that discovery, bringing that innovation, application of that invention into innovation is required. Innovation is nothing but practicing, implementing your discovery, practicing, implementing your idea. Unless and until you are not commercializing your idea, innovation which will not take place. And that's why priority must be given for innovation. Rural development, long days back we were talking about 70% portion of our economy is a rural-based economy. Now 55% has become the rural-based economy. Our strategies have changed. Urban area, rural area, and rurban area, that is the middle strategy which has come. Rurban means combination of urban and rural. So the rural area which has gone down. Maharashtra, 45% proportion of the population has become urbanized population. For Maharashtra, there is no problem as such because tier 2 cities are coming up very well. So the focus to the rural areas, focus to the agri startup, focus to the food processing related startup in the rural area is a need of the hour. Digital transformation is also priority. Sustainable development, because SDG has given target till 2030 from 2016 onwards. By 2030, for all the countries of the globe, has to achieve all that 17 goals. Our is also the priority. So one has to focus more on sustainable development aspect. Export oriented, because we see that the global world, which is talking and looking for the US dollar, because globally the currency is the US dollar. Now the war which is taking place between the Gulf countries where the USA has been entered into that. But the stand of India is to maintain the peace because we believe on the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam strategy. That's why these are the turbulence which is taking place in the global. That turbulence must go down. That's what our priority. And our exports should increase. Each nation, where the international trade which is taking place, where we export and import, our export-led growth, which also matter for the Viksit Bharat, and inclusive growth is more important. We don't want a growth with only having some topmost people taken into account and bottom people we will leave it. No, not at all. Because our strategy is development with human face. Either the rich or the middle or the poor or the poorest among poor, the development strategy must get percolated to the last person, what we call as Antodaya. Till that, it should reach it. So the inclusive strategy, inclusive growth model which we have adopted. So it is related to finance, it is related to, for example, industry, it's related to startup culture, that will minimize the inequalities of income. We always considering that richer is becoming richer and poor is becoming poor. That gap one has to minimize, and that minimization of gap which will take place on the basis of this inclusive growth model. I think this particular international conference, which being a multidisciplinary conference, and on the occasion of this multidisciplinary conference, the idea which I have brought before to you is that how the India will become a Viksit and Viksit Bharat few years down the line. For that, who will be the major driver. All strategies are equally important, but within that, a leading driver or engine of economic growth, what will be the engine? A startup ecosystem will be definitely engine for the Viksit Bharat. With this, I place my sincere thanks to the organizers, to the Willingdon College principals, organizing committee, for giving me the time and the opportunity to share my views on this particular August day. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Please answer. What an extraordinary session we have today, right? Today's honorable resource person, Dr. M.S. Deshmukh sir, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, and all the participants who are joining this conference through offline and online modes. On behalf of the organizing committee of Anvaya, it is my privilege to propose vote of thanks for what has been intellectually stimulating this technical session. We are deeply indebted to Dr. M.S. Deshmukh sir for sharing his invaluable insights on the topic, startup ecosystem, driver of economic growth for Viksit Bharat. Sir, your session didn't just provide us with only data, but it has provided us with the roadmap. So I can say that the young generations, whoever is attending this conference, definitely they will have the idea through your presentation that how to start the business and how should they be, they can think as your research ideas that you are going to share in technical sessions. So you should not encapsulate these research ideas and as only research articles, but you have to come up with these research ideas and you have to innovate these ideas and come up with the products. So your talk is almost cleared our doubts. Your transition from the rigorous of agricultural economics to the dynamic world of modern startup highlights exactly why you are featured in the AD Scientific Index. It was enlightening to see how you connected by starting the session with 3 I's, that is idea, and idea should be converted into invention, and after that the invention should be converted into innovation, that is what the product, end product we can say that. And how these 3 I's will help for the sustainable innovations, or we can say that incremental innovations. Your socio-economic impact of your 73 consultancy projects to the grassroots potential of new entrepreneurs. So whoever are attending this session, they will have the idea how to start by listening your sessions. And definitely they will start with thinking like this. So just don't focus on the research papers or research articles or sharing of your ideas, but come up with the end products as an entrepreneur. Your talk has just given us the insight on how you are contributing to growth or increase the institutional quality of our universities by fostering culture of innovation with our universities. So for this, I should share my experience here, sir. I have listened you many times. You were there as a main chairman of the expert committee during my CAS process, and you have suggested me regarding my research that you should file a patent on this, and I have done that, sir. And that is what happened only because of your support and suggestion. And what you have delivered today is going to focus on how the vision of Viksit Bharat relies on the synergy between humanities, science, and technologies entrepreneurship. For this, we need to focus on the continuous engagement of youth to promote their interested skills and will help, which will be help to the phenomenon of Viksit Bharat to make it as a developed country. Sir, also explored the position of our country at the international level with GDP score and how our country has achieved the greater and largest economy in the world. Sir, your presence has set a high benchmark for this conference, as to have a scholar with a profound academic footprint guided us today is a rare honor for us, sir. Thank you so much. We thank you for your time, your wisdom, and your visionary mentorship. I would also like to thank our international and local participants for their active engagement during this session. And finally, I must express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me to be the part of this prestigious international platform. It has been a profound privilege to contribute to the Anvaya dialogue alongside such distinguished minds. So thank you once again, sir. Thank you so much. And I hope you are there to always guide us during the sessions, central sessions on BUS, how to encapsulate the syllabus and all those things. Your presence, only your presence is going to boost our energy, and we are working in that concern. So thank you so much, sir, for being the part of this conference. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
जात नाही.
allows a particle to penetrate inside, and therefore the actual active is available inside the skin. So this is a basically bioavailability mechanism.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next.
Is done? Everything done? Any more questions? Hello?
Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the platform. Much appreciated.
Hello. Hello, I am interested in presenting. Should I go next? Wow.
Okay, we can start technology presentations. The first presentation, Sunil sir, Sunil Salunke sir. Am I audible to you, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen. I am audible
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
and my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Okay, fine.
You can start, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Sunil, today represent my topic, that is robust signature recognition for secure biometric authentication using a deep fine-tuned convolutional neural network with fuzzy learning framework with my colleagues Bharti Bhaskar Khandagre, Sonali ma'am, and under the guidance of Dr. Suhas Satunkar sir, I am doing this research work. So let's start with introductory part. So everyone knows that handwritten signature verification is one of the most widely deployed biometric modalities, which is basically used in various sectors like banking, even though in the administrative authentication, and its socially acceptance and non-intrusive nature. The second important part is that offline signature verification, particularly very challenging task because of two things. First one is a high inter-write variability and intra-write variability. Due to two things, the offline signature verification remains challenging part. So here I had done some work with that problem and I focus on 5 points. Point number one, that is uncertainty aware deep learning, where basically I use the robustness against the skill forgery and borderline sample by implementing a neurofuzzy decision layer. So I implemented soft membership score. Due to that, overlapping model class will be rectified. The second important part is that here I am implemented the explainable signature verification. So basically for forensic level interoperability, I am using the GradCAMS based visual explanation and future space visualization. The third point is that here state of the art performance, where here comparative evaluation done again by using the convolutional neural network apart from Siemens metric learning and transformer inspired baseline demonstrating. The third one is that multi-language generalization here be implemented, where without language specific feature engineering, we will try to extract the features from various language. And fifth point is that here the neurofuzzy deep architecture implemented. So here we use the fuzzy reasoning as well as jointly use the deep feature learning. Now, what kind of work it done? I'm talking about that. In the year 2023, the deep learning model was developed by the Huang and Liu, which capture the both global and local signature features. The talk about what kind of work limitation in that their work, that is feature it totally focus on the feature richness, but they are not addressed against the forgery with high intra-class variability. The second author, which work on the feature selection approach, that is Uzred in the year 2024, and he emphasizes the role of transfer learning. They combine with feature selection technique and the NCA. Okay, so what kind of work is work limitation in that is the computational overhead of the feature selection step is not addressed in that work. The third author, that is the hybrid system for offline handwritten signature developed by the DJOD and Chibin in 2025. They proposed the advanced hybrid system for offline handwritten signature, which identify and verify the integrates the convolutional neural network, and they extracted the dissimilarity feature with one class symbolic data analysis. What kind of work limitation is there? There was strictly the ability of to capture more complex intra-right stroke dependency as well as non-linear spiral pattern with signature. So those are the limitations are there, and based on that, I am firm the problem statement. The first problem is that the convolutional handcrafted feature-based and traditional machine learning approach failed to effectively capture complex variation across the script. The second one, there is the high inter-writer variability and low interclass difference between genuine signature and skill further signature. So that is the second one. Third problem is that I'm working on the various scripts. So here I'm using the index scripts like Marathi, which process for very complex stroke pattern is there. Cursive formation is there, and script specific writing style which differs totally from the English signature. The fourth problem statement is here, the absence of interpretable and uncertain aware decision mechanism which reduce the reliability of current system in real world. So what kind of proposed methodology is there? In this step number 1, I am collected the data set. Here I am using some standard data set as well as I have collected some samples also. So I am using data set as a CEDAR. The second one I am using the GPDS and big BH sign I am using there for the database. And here I'm implemented the pre-processing stage. In the pre-processing stage, basically all the images were resized to 224 by 224 pixel, and those converted into the grayscale on 3 channel, which required for CNN backbone. And I normalized the data also. I'm implemented data augmentation technique where I implement the rotation, scaling, as well as noise prevention were employed to increase the intra-class variability and reduce the overfitting problem. So those part implemented at the step number 3rd. In the step number 4th, I am implemented the deep feature extraction using transfer learning. So here I am using the base network, that is RSNet 50 for pre-train on ImageNet with fine tune for signature image. So here I am getting the output as a feature vector, and those feature vector representing the shape, curvature, stroke, density, and texture. Even though here I am using the GradCam attention map which generate the training guide with fuzzy membership updates. So let's talk about the step number 5, that is the fuzzy semen clustering for uncertainty model, where some fuzzy rules were implemented with the help of extracted feature by using the stroke curvature. Take an example. If high and texture variance is low, then signature is genuine. This is the rule number 1. Like that, various rules are set in
Next one is the Shreyash. Okay. Hi. Thank you everyone for giving me opportunity. So myself Shreyash Khadse. Please. Hello. Hello. Introduce you first and then start. Yeah, I will introduce myself first. I will use the slide to introduce myself. So myself Shreyash Sunil Khadse. I work. Yeah, I am audible, right? Yeah. So myself Shreyas Sunil Khadse. Please wait. Okay. Yeah. ठीक है. Your presentation time is 5 minutes, followed by question answer 2 minutes. Is it for me, right? Yes, start. Okay, so should I introduce or should I directly go to presentation? Start directly your presentation. Okay. Just introduce your name and start your presentation. Your time start now. Yeah, myself Shreyash Khadse. I work in INCOP Advisory as a sustainability lead. My today's topic is climate risk assessment of Navi Mumbai, assessing a vulnerability, impact, and economic implications. So the first chapter is climate change urgency for actions. So globally, we all have seen the temperatures rising by 1 degree Celsius. It is expected that the GDP loss will be up to 10%. India is also experiencing the same. It is predicted that India's GDP loss will be by 2.6% by 2050 if the climate change arises the same. And major experience will be on the specifically by the coastal regions like Mumbai, Chennai, such cities. So it is expected that the Mumbai will experience more economic loss due to this climate change. So every day you just open the newspaper and you will find a lot of news related to climate change. So we have selected Navi Mumbai as our location for the study. The region it have a high coastal vulnerability, rapid urbanization and infrastructure growth, high economic significance, vulnerable livelihood, and lot of policy and planning gap is there because all of the studies are focused toward Mumbai, not on the Navi Mumbai side. So let's go with our topic, which is climate risk assessment of Navi Mumbai. So our objective is, the first objective is to identify and evaluate the major climate hazard affecting Navi Mumbai. Second is to evaluate the climate risk under multiple futures climate scenarios, which is what is the worst case scenario, what is the middle case scenario, and also analyze the economic loss in the Navi Mumbai, the predicted loss. The research question we are looking at is what are the major climate hazards, how these projections will go under short, medium, and long term, and how much will be the loss which will happen. So going on to the next slide, this is the methodology. We have used a mixed method. We have seen a result for short term, medium term, and long term. That is, medium term is basically 2040 to 2060, and long term is 2080 to 2099. And we are seeing the impact assessment for RCP 4.5. That means when world will work towards reduction of the emissions, and RCP 8.5 is basically where we will not do any actions. The best case and worst case scenario. We have taken primary as well as secondary data both. We have taken interviews. We have done surveys of fishermen and everything. So going on to the result part, yeah, over to you, Muskan, please. Can you go on the first part?
So the climate risks were identified using a mixed methodology. We did a detailed research using various research paper, and then we also went through a lot of tools which are available online to find out the hazards and the risks that Navi Mumbai was facing. So based on this, these are the climate risks. For example, we have coastal flood, landslide, cyclone, extreme heat, sea level rise, temperature rise, extreme rainfall, earthquake, tsunami, water scarcity, and river flood. So after assessing these risks, we also prioritize only those risks which we found that were high and medium based on published literature and also the tool. So for our risk assessment, we have considered coastal flood, cyclone, extreme heat, sea level rise, temperature rise, and extreme rainfall.
So going on to the next part, which is second objective, as Muskan has already told about what all are the climate risks which we have identified, then we have seen their projection. For example, if you take some action, the extreme heat will rise from 71 to 99 days to 125 days. Similarly, RCP 8.5, where we will not take any action, the hot days will increase from 75 to 117 to 21 days. Similarly, we have seen how much the sea level will rise under SSP 4.5 as well as SSP 8.5, how much will be the temperature rise. If we take some action, the temperature rise can go to 1.7 degrees. If it don't take any action, it can goes to 2.1 degrees Celsius. Similarly, extreme rainfall. The extreme rainfall can go until 1294 millimeter. If you don't take any action, it can go under 1337 millimeter per year. Similarly, we have also seen what will be the impact on the coastal flood. So whatever the risk Muskan has stated, we have seen its impact in the best case scenario and the worst case scenario. So if you take action, what will be the impact? If you don't take action, what will be the impact? So this was our result from the second objective. Going on to the third objective, we have seen the economic implication because Navi Mumbai is growing a lot. We have seen an economic implication on three areas: the fishing area, the industrial belt, and the APMC market. If I talk about fishing area, we have taken an interview of Marai Association chairman, who the organization have approximately 2,000 fishermen. So during that survey, we have identified the most. We have conducted a survey for 60 fishermen. In that, they have rated that extreme rainfall and prolonged monsoon is the highest impact causing, and
Please
due to
come to the
heavy rain.
conclusion. Please come to the conclusion.
Okay, so the conclusion of all the studies, we have seen the impact on all of them. So the conclusion of the studies, we have identified that sea level, coastal rise, flooding and urban flooding are the major risk. The projections are rising every year for each of the identified climate risks. That means it have a similar, the frequency and magnitude have a similar concern for the Navi Mumbai. In terms of socio-economic part, we have seen that fishermen are losing their incomes. Industrial area will get a massive impact due to the climate risk, hot days and everything. How much will be the rise? We have already seen in the conclusion. And coming on to the APMC, the farmers and the supply chain will also get impacted.
One question. Now many environmentalists are thinking about that there is a upliftment of the sea level.
Sorry, sir, I'm not able to hear you. Your voice was breaking.
Now, are you getting?
Yeah.
Some environmental scientists are talking about there will be the upliftment of the sea level in nearby area of the Bombay.
Right.
Is it true?
Yeah, sir, it's true. You can also see into our result. I will just go on to that particular slide, which talks about the sea level rise. We have also seen the projection and what will be the negative implications. So sea level rise, you can see the 7.8 centimeter will be the sea level rise by 2040, by 16.19 centimeter by 2060, and by 2099 it will be 39.4 centimeters. So this will be under, if we are, all the companies are taking the action to do good for the country or the environment. Right, Earth. If we don't do anything, then it can go up till into 56.4 centimeter, which is very high. That most of the Navi Mumbai side will go under the sea.
It will create a great disaster in future.
Yes, so that's what we have predicted. So based on that, we have also calculated a financial implication. For example, if you see the fishermen are losing 5,000 to 6,000 per season. APMC market, whenever the extreme heat or sea level rise, it will get impacted. And this is for the this is specifically for the industrial area. For example, for rainfall, it will be 1.37 crore per year, and it will keep rising from extreme heat and everything. Industrial area will not get impacted because it's above the sea level, but APMC market and the fishing area will get impacted. So fishermen also stated that the sea level rising is causing a threat to them. It is affecting the breeding areas for the juvenile pomfret, sardine and prawns.
Have you reported your observations to the Ministry of the Environment?
We have not reported this observation to Ministry of Environment.
Have you published this work?
No.
Have you published this work in any reputed journal?
No. We have not published in any reputed journal. Not in any journal. This was the first time study we have conducted for this particular journal.
Then what is the authenticity of this work?
Authenticity is I have a backup data for all. So for example, if I say about all these industrial areas, these are my already the clients, and these are calculated based on the standard calculation for climate risk assessment. This for fishing and livelihood impact, I already have the surveys and everything which are as the backups.
Have you got any similar observations in your reference work?
Yeah, so a lot of research papers, when we done a literature review, which I have not added in the presentation, but I have added in my paper.
No.
Also,
my question is not presentation itself. Have you gone through the many of the reference work regarding
I
the
have gone through the many of the literatures like research papers, the Mumbai climate risk report and TCFD reports and everything. Which are also stating the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Any other question? Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Next one is the Rocky. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, respected session chair and author. Today, myself Rocky Kumar from Maglatan University, Aligarh. So today I am representing the research paper entitled is Explainer AI Driven Framework for a Smart and Sustainable Human-Centric System. These are table of contents. So now start the abstract. Uh, And this paper present explainable theorem for the developing and solving the problem of the blockfix IE which lack transparency. Our propose an explainable framework using SAP and LAM to make decision interpretable. In this framework, to be through get the accuracy, high transparency and energy efficiency to predict the real time application like as a healthcare and so now I start with the introduction part. You know about the AI transforming many fields like as a healthcare and smart cities. However, most advanced AI model behavior like black box this reduce trust to solve explainable AI provide clear insight decision. Also, sustainable and energy efficiency are important concern. Our framework that combining the explainable AI, sustainable and human development to ensure the transparency, trust, and AI decision making. Now I start with the related work. XAI is gaining attention for improving transparency and interoperability is AI system. Previous research papers show SAP and LIME are widely used for explainability. Human in the loop improves reliability and sustainable AI focus on energy efficiency. But most study focus on only one except. This is a gap, no unified solution combining all. Our framework combining the integrated frameworks like as a XAI, sustainable and human-centric AI framework. Now start framework and methodology. Our XAI based architecture is the based on there are five layers. First one layer is the data acquisition layer based through collect the data from the IoT sensor database and user input, performing clearing, normalization, and feature injection. And second layer is the pre-processing layer based to use the model to get a decision tree, random forest, and neural network perform training validation. And third one is the explainable AI to apply the swap and line technique to provide feature importance to get accuracy is high. And fourth one is the decision making layer. This through the get the human in the loop approach in level validation control over the AI decision. And fifth layer is the sustainable layer, which through the get the efficiency is high and resource optimization to support as complex computing and lightweight model. My framework is the SOI. There are the five layer. First one is the data acquisition layer, which through apply the IoT sensor, healthcare industry, and data processing and integration. And second one is the AI and ML processing, based through applying the many model like it's a machine learning and deep learning model to train the data and get the prediction. And third one is the explainable AI, based through get the global explain global SRAP and model insight to get the local explainability. And fourth one is the human-centric decision layer based through the human in loop interface and visualize the database and based through validate decision and a smart action in healthcare. And fifth one is the energy efficiency AI model, based through low carbon footprint and getting the privacy and security to ethical, fair and transparent AI. And last one is the cross-cutting in the level, which through the getting the data security and governance, bias detection and fairness, XAI transparency. Uh, so now come this result. Now, previous work in the transitional model and block-based model, which is getting accuracy. The transitional model is 85.2 and blocks model is 89.6. Our XI framework is getting a 92.8 accuracy and precision getting the compare is the all transitional model and blocks AI and so greater than high is our framework precision is 91.5 and recall is the compared to 91.9, so higher than another framework like as a transitional model and black box eye. And if one score is the getting the higher than all previous worked, and energy is the here the energy is the low. Our framework perform transition and blocks AI to getting a higher accuracy, approximately 92.8, and precision is the 91.5, and recall is the 90.9, and interpretability is the 4.7 is the greater than the all model, like as the traditional model and blocks model. So now compare between the
Please
performance.
come to the conclusion.
Okay, okay. Be developing an explainable AI framework this through improved transparency and traceability. In this framework, applied to a SWAP and LAMP provide better interpretability to the energy efficiency is also improved compared to the all this framework because my accuracy is the greater than 92.5 and energy is consumer is reduced to the other compare. In this integration to apply SWAP and LAMP integration, and this one is the references.
So, what do you mean by human-centric system? Hello?
Hello,
How you
yes.
can differentiate human-centric system for different applications?
Because my system is applying in the XAI in this blocks AI to getting the input and output decision, but no so the getting a decision to how to work this my XAI to how to get the input and output inside decision is how to get using the human centered AI applied to XAI system.
I expect you send the list of the human-centric systems on which
My
AI can work.
hello, yes. I applied the dataset using the real world datasets and branch-based datasets like as a healthcare sector, and this sector are used to apply the these results.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Next.
Who is next one?
काय नाही कोण तयार आहे तुम्ही आपलं
Moving to literature review, we studied different model like Wave2Net, Index Speech, A2TTS. In it, we noticed that very few work are happened in Marathi language. So we will shift our focus in it. Now let me introduce our V Vishwa dataset, the foundation of this work. We use the V Vishwa dataset, that is visually vocabulary of independent standard word dataset, originally developed in our Vision and Intelligence lab from the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar University. It contained 2,87,000 video utterances from 58 speakers. From that, 48 speakers are Marathi speaker or native speaker, and 10 are non-native speaker. They are from Arabia and Yemen. The recording were captured from three camera angle: 45, 90 side, and 90 side and 45 side. At the 25 frames at 720 by 576 resolution. Audio is extracted using FMFG as 16 kHz, 16-bit nano wave. The dataset cover isolated word in multiple languages, number, month, color, like this. Here is detail given about the dataset. First, we will do after the extracting audio from that video, the feature extraction will be applied. For the audio, we extracted wave from spectrogram MFCC standard representation to use the modern TTS pipeline. This is our speech synthesis model. We start with dataset. Two main part. The dataset are sentences like this is cat, and we inputted second audio dataset recording from the same sentences. We process audio, make mail spectrogram, and add and give it to the speaker encoder. Speaker encoder learn voice from one person, that pitch, tone, everything is learned by the speaker encoder. Then we inputted and we give the audio to speaker encoder and give text data to the encoder. This is the, now we input the text comes. This is cat. First step, word processing, clean the text, split into character, word, then encoder understand the meaning and context of the text. It makes hidden features. Speaker embedding added her. Here model knows how voice is used to be or not. The attention model is very important here. It connect encoder to decoder. Decoder predict a sound step by step. Attention look at all the text parts, decided that which word is important now. This makes speech natural, right rhythms and stress, pauses, it all taken from that. Without attention, speech sound looks like robotics. Output is so mail spectrogram building up. The the decoder to mail spectrogram are working like decoder work auto-regressively. Here I given the auto-regressively. Predict the next mail frame using the previous one. It use attention from next previous prediction. Final output gives the mail spectrogram. The mail spectrogram goes toward the vcoder. Vcoder convert it into a audio again. Now next we see each model in detail. This is the speaker encoder. In the speaker encoder, we given two inputs, like suppose we given audio references or we can give mail spectrogram. The first audio passed through the 3-layer of CNN. Then this passed toward the by LSTM. Then pooling, max pooling is applied here. For summarize the information. Then fully connected layer converted into the 512 dimension vector. Finally, the L2 normalization is applied to produce the final speaker embedding, that is called Z vector. This Z vector integrated then word processing and encoder. This speaker embedding is then combined with the decoder in the speech recognition system. It allows the model to support multiple speakers, select a speaker during runtime, perform voice mimicry and voice cloning also. The word processing, then this data goes toward the word processing. Then word processing has done in the next step. Here in that word processing, text normalization, G2P also happen, pauses and boundaries, prosody information also calculated. Finally, the text converted into 552 dimensional vector embedding with positional encoding, which are used as input in the encoder. The first, now we will say encoder attention decoder network. The first encoder process the input text. The text sequence is converted into high level linguistical features. The encoder uses 3 CNN layer to extract important pattern, batch normalization, ReLU, dropout. For this table training also used, BiLSTM layer to learn, use here to learn sequence and context of the text, so the encoder understand the meaning and the order of the text. And attention mechanism also used here. The next is attention model. The attention connect the encoder output with the decoder. It helps to model focus on correct part of the text while generating the speech. It is also ensure proper alignment, so the model does not skip or repeat the words. The decoder generates then a speech representation by step. It produces Mel spectrogram which represents speech in time frequency domain. The decoder used 2 LSTM plus pre-net and post-net layer also. It also receive attention context, previous frames, speaker embeddings. This input helps generate natural and consistent speech. Finally, the Mel spectrogram is converted into audio frames. This is done using vocoder such as WaveNet. The vocoder generates final speech waveform that we can hear. Here is evaluation matrix. We used here 2 evaluation matrix. First one is MCD and second one is MOS.
Time is up, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
You can conclude.
Yes.
You can conclude now.
Yes, sir. Finish this. This is the last PPT. These two standard matrices for the evolution we will used using this formula. Here I given the output, but I will use the second. Okay, no matter. These are the results with compare with baselines. The conclusion. To conclude, our key contribution are the bilingual or multilingual English speech synthesis we happen here. Effective speaker condition synthesized with voice cloning capability. Improved align through guided attention. Successfully handle the true or low resource languages using the visual dataset. The system shows clean improvement in the speech quality, naturalness, and speaker similarity. It has strong potential for real world applied such as visual assistant, audiobooks also. The future works in this in the future work we plan build an end-to-end audio speech synthesis system and add lip sync video generation, explore GAN based enhancement, and deploy the model in real world application. These are my references I used. Thank you. Any questions?
One question I have.
Yes, sir.
What are the challenges you face for conversion? In English language people.
Sir, there are the prosody means the tone, then the prosody that pauses are different from the English languages. Marathi has rich languages in the languages, so these type of difference we faced in it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, Sejal.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, sir. Can you see my PPT, sir? Hello.
Yes, yes. Your PPT is visible.
Yes, yes. Okay, sir. Good morning, respected sir and ma'am. My name is Sejal Moshmetkare, and today I am going to present my research on a very important problem in food quality. That is my title: Early Detection of Invisible Spoilage on Apple Fruit using CNN and Texture Analysis. Here is my overview. First is apples are prone to invisible spoilage, which is difficult to detect using manual inspection. Second one is early detection is important to maintain quality and reduce food waste. Third one is this project uses CNN, means convolutional neural network, for image classification. CNN is the best method for image processing because it is provide high accuracy as compared to machine learning. Fourth one is texture analysis methods like GLCM and LBP. GLCM means gray level co-occurrence matrix, and LBP is local binary pattern. The purpose system improves accuracy and provides non-destructive solutions. Here is the introduction of my research paper. Apples can develop spoilage spots that are not easily visible to the human eye, especially in the early stages. Detecting such invisible defects using traditional methods is very difficult and often inaccurate. In this project, we use convolution neural network that also I was told you, along with texture analysis techniques like GSM and LBP, which analyze pixel level texture patterns. I am using GSM and LBP for this purpose to identify hidden spoilage. These approaches enables early and accurate detection, improving quality control and reducing post-harvest losses. Sorry. Here is the problem statement. First one is invisible spoilage in apple cannot be detected by human eyes. Second one is manual inspections method are time consuming and error prone. Early stage defects remain hidden, affecting fruit quality and safety. This leads to food waste and economic losses. There is a need for automated and non-destructive detection of this system. Then here's my objective, sir. First one, to study the problem of invisible spoilage. Invisible spoilage means internal spoilage that human can't detect easily. Third one, to develop automated detection system. CNN is automatically extract the features on the fruits. To implement CNN for classification, here is the another purpose I was use CNN. Extract texture features using GLCM and LBP. GLCM and LBP I am using because of it analyzing pixel of textures. To improve detecting accuracy using hybrid approaches, to reduce food waste and improve quality control. Here is my methodology. First one is data collection. I am collecting data set from the Kaggle.com. Contains images of both fresh and spoiled apples, images captured in various lighting and background conditions. High quality label data set and used for training and testing. Data split into training and testing. I am trained around 400 apple images and testing around 100. Here's the CNN architecture and training. First one is input layer, means pre-processed apple images. Then convolution. Sorry.
Just can you go to your result sheet directly? Result slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's my result, sir. For fruit texture detection using grayscale and LBP, it shows contrast and energy in the numerical form, and then model accuracy, mean train and validation, and confusion matrix. How many confused there as a healthy or spoiled, vice versa. And here is my conclusion and future scopes. Invisible spoilage in apples is hard to detect manually, causing losses. CNN combined with GSM and LBP can detect hidden spoilage spots effectively. That's why I'm using both combined. Third, texture analysis capture pixel level patterns, improving detection accuracy. Early detection supports better quality control and reduces post-harvest losses. My future scope is to extend or detect texture analysis for all the fruits. That is my future research, sir. And thank you.
Sejal? Hello?
Can I show sir block diagram?
Sejal, am I audible?
Hello.
Sejal, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Sejal, you are from which place? Out of the box, I'm asking. You are from?
I am from Mirror, sir.
Meerut. Then why did you choose apple as the fruit initially? Any reason behind that?
Because it is my first. No. Yes, sorry, sir. Because it is my first research, so that's why I'm choose apple.
There should be some strong reason, right? Why apple as the fruit? Because there are grapes, pomegranate, mango, banana, many fruits are here. So why only apple as the first choice out of the box?
Yes, sir. Because of this is my first research paper as a student.
Okay, because there are so many data sets available for different fruits. You have less data set for apple, if I'm not wrong. So I'm just asking this question.
Sorry, sir.
Because there is a scarcity of data set for apple fruit compared to pomegranate, mango, banana, and all. So I'm just asking why you have chosen apple.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sejal.
Okay.
1 minute, sir. Can I explain?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you can explain now.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
Okay, sir, first it is a challenge-based selection, I know, because apple spoilage is harder to detect early, changes and subtle, not clearly visible. There are fewer data sets available for apples, which indicates a research gap.
Okay.
Apples are widely consumed and stored, spoilage. That's why I'm choosing apple fruits.
Thank you, Sejal.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Loknath Patra.
Yes, sir, I'm available.
Go with the presentation.
I'll start presenting once the presentation, this presentation is closed, I'll start presenting.
Sejal, close your presentation, please. Hello, Sejal.
Yeah. Hope my PPT is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, respected chairperson and participants. I am Loknath Patra, a research scholar in law from Berhampur University and assistant professor at Ganjam Law College, Berhampur, Odisha. My paper ID is CS025. Today I'll present my paper titled Artificial Intelligence, Data Governance and Legal Accountability in India, a study in the post-DPDP era. This paper critically examines how AI is transforming India's data ecosystem and raising new challenges for legal accountability. This study explores the intersection of artificial intelligence and data protection law in India. While the DPDP Act 2023 is a major legislative step, it does not fully address AI-specific risks such as algorithmic bias, lack of transparency, and accountability gaps. The paper argues for more integrated regulatory framework combining AI governance with data protection. In the digital era, data has become a key economic and governance resource. As shown in this graph, India has witnessed massive growth in internet users, reaching over 900 million users. This expansion forms the foundation of AI development. Additionally, AI adoption is rapidly increasing across sectors due to initiatives like Digital India and Aadhaar-based systems. However, this growth also raises concerns regarding privacy, surveillance, and ethical data use. Importantly, the Supreme Court in the Puttaswamy case recognized privacy as a fundamental right, providing the constitutional basis for data protection. Despite these developments, AI introduces challenges that traditional data protection laws cannot fully address. AI systems often function as black boxes, making their decisions difficult to explain. Key issues including algorithmic bias, lack of transparency, and difficulty in assigning liability. The DPDP Act does not explicitly regulate these aspects, resulting in a significant regulatory gap. So my first objective is to analyze the relationship between AI and data governance in India. Second, evaluate the effectiveness of the DPDP Act 2023. And third, identify challenges in legal accountability. And fourth, draw comparative insights from global frameworks and propose reforms. This research adopts a doctrinal and analytical approach. It is based on statutory analysis of the DPDP Act and landmark Supreme Court judgments. It also incorporates policy reforms from institutions like Niti Aayog and MeitY. A comparative analysis with frameworks such as the GDPR and EU AI Act is also undertaken to identify regulatory gaps. This diagram illustrates the life cycle of AI-driven data governance. At the input stage, personal data is collected from users, platforms, and state systems. This data is processed through AI algorithms involving profiling and automated decision making. The governance layer is regulated by the DPDP Act, which focuses on consent and data fiduciary obligations. Finally, the output layer consists.
Your screen is not moving, maybe stuck at one place.
It was slideshow.
Slideshow, please.
Please press F5. Your slide is not moving. Slides are not moving, sir. Press
Hello,
F5.
sir. Sir, am I audible? Hello? Sir? Am I audible, sir? Sir, am I audible to you? Maybe, sir, is disconnected. We will go with another presentation. Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
Madam, I was in mute, I think.
Okay, sir. Now you are.
Okay, now my voice is coming, madam?
Yes, sir. You can.
Yes. So, sorry, madam, I think some of the slides nobody could hear. Anyway, madam, this is my results and discussion. So the findings show that India is rapidly becoming a data-driven AI economy. As seen in this graph, AI adoption is extremely high, with 87% of enterprises and 92% of knowledge workers using AI. The second graph highlights that AI is projected to contribute approximately $1 to India's GDP by 2035. This reflects the massive economic potential of AI. However, this growth is accompanied by various serious challenges. Algorithmic bias can lead to discrimination, especially against marginalized groups. Lack of transparency limits the ability to challenge automated decisions. There are also concerns regarding surveillance through large-scale data systems. Comparatively, it's a risk-based regulatory model, whereas India's approach remains fragmented. And finally, in conclusion, the DPDP Act 2023 is a significant step. It is insufficient to address the complexities of AI. Issues such as bias, opacity, and accountability remain largely unregulated. The study recommends introducing a comprehensive AI-specific legal framework in India. This should include algorithmic audits, impact assessments, and clear liability mechanisms. It is also important to promote transparency, ethical AI, and inclusive data sets. Future research may focus on empirical analysis and sector-specific regulation. Thank you for your attention. I welcome your questions, madam.
Sir, we don't have questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Next, Abhay Yadav.
Yes, I am present.
Yes. You
Yes.
can share your screen and you can start your presentation.
Yes. Aditya, you can share.
Yes. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, yes, yes,
Yes. Yeah, ma'am. Shall I start?
yes.
Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Aditya Arya, and I'm presenting our research paper titled Beat Watch, an AI-powered earthquake detection system using IoT. This work is collaboration between Abhay Yadav, Aditya Arya, Harshad Dwar, and our faculty guide, Ms. Smita, Dr. Smita ma'am, from Department of Computer Science at Fergusson College, Pune. So let's start with a quick overview of what this research paper is about. The main problem was arrhythmia. Irregular beats are one of the leading cause of sudden cardiac death, but they often go undetected because of clinical monitoring device being very expensive and out of reach for many patients. So for this, we have built BeatWatch, a system that uses a tiny AI model running directly on low-cost microcontroller paired with ECG sensor to detect arrhythmia at real time. So with our model, we achieved 98.545 accuracy with a weighted F1 score of ROC, F1 score and ROC AUC both of 0.89, all on device cost less than 2000. So to understand why this matter, consider this number. Cardiovascular disease causes over 17.9 million deaths every year. This is total 32% of all global death, according to WHO. Arrhythmia is especially dangerous because they are intermittent. They may not appear during the routine ECG at clinic. The standard solution is Holter monitor, a wearable ECG device which we wore for 1 to 2 days. But Holter monitor are expensive and require expert interpretation. Meanwhile, technology has advanced. Low-cost ECG chips like AD 8232 are available under 500 rupees. Powerful microcontroller like ESP32 can now run AI model, and deep learning model have been shown to match cardiologist level accuracy with ECG benchmark. But the gap is no existing system achieve 98 more than 98% accuracy with a total amount of less than 2000 rupees. So So the core research question we asked was, can we classify real-time ECG beat on an affordable microcontroller with clinical grade accuracy, which can stream result to the dashboard and alert clinic all within the model size less than 100 kb. This was meant to solve four specific challenges, which is accuracy, model size, speed, and cost. So our objective was clear and measurable. We trained a compact 1D scan model on the data MITBIH Arrhythmia database, a benchmark of over 1,09,000 annotated beats, applied TF light end quantization to shrink the model under 100 kb, deploy it in the ESP32 for on-device real-time interface with no cost of cloud. We streamed live result using ThinkSpeak IoT dashboard, implemented an automated alert system to notify clinics of life-threatening rhythms. So I'll ask Abhay to continue from here.
Yes. So next is our methodology. So we have three layers in our system. First is data and training, where we process our database, which is MITBIH dataset, and then model building using 1D CNN. And second layer is edge interface, which is like hardware part, where microcontroller and sensor data both works with the model. And third is our cloud and alert system, which visualize all the data on the cloud and sends alert when if the conditions are met. So next is our system design. Aditya, can you change? Yes. So the block diagram summarizes the end-to-end flow of our system. So first ECG signal is taken from ECG sensor and then sampled at 360 Hertz to match with the MITBH dataset. And after filtering and normalizing the signals, it is sent to the TFLite interface where the beats are classified and uploaded to the ThinkSpeak for visualization. And then if the conditions are met, the trigger alert trigger is sent. Next is our implementation details. So we have used 1D CNN to make the model compact for the edge interface. So we have used 3 convolutional blocks with 32, 64 and 128 filters, each followed by normalization and ReLU and max pooling. And to further make the model more compact and reduce the number of parameters, shrink the number of parameters, we have used global average pooling and ending in a 5-class softmax output. So our deployment stack consists of hardware, which is ECG sensor 88232 and ESP32S3 with some electrodes for data. And then we have firmware, we have used Python, Arduino and Eloquent TinyML library. And for cloud, we have used ThinkSpeak and Telegram bot API right now for sending alerts. Then next is our results. So we have achieved a satisfactory result with our model for the most important class, which is ventricular, which are the real threat for cardiovascular conditions. We have got 97% precision and recall in that class, which is very satisfactory. And overall accuracy we have achieved is of 98.45%, and we were successful in shrinking reduce the size of our model to 74 kbs. And we did get some weak results for fusion class because there were very less data set for that class, only 116 out of 16,000 data points. Then next is our conclusion, which so the beatwatch demonstrate high accuracy arrhythmia classification is achievable without paid cloud inference, and we were able to shrink the model to below 100 kbs and successfully built a model that can correctly classify all the classes of arrhythmias very successfully. And for future scope, we are planning on building a more clinically advanced system and quantization aware model which can work more well, and adding wavelet denoising and more robust cloud platform for data privacy and security of users, and then adding a battery powered wearable use system. Yeah, that's all we have. And these are some references we have used for our project, which helped us building this paper. Thank you.
Abhay, I have one question for you.
Yes.
Yeah, you did not show me the comparison, like what was it that you have achieved when it was without using IoT and all.
So what were the results of?
What results we got it with AI and IoT, right?
Yes.
The same thing without using AI and IoT. What were the results? That comparison and your result comparison is what I found missing.
Wait. So we have results of some previous papers which build.
That should have been in your presentation.
Yes, we have added it in our paper, but we haven't added in our presentation. So if I can conclude that, so some models.
No issue. I just wanted to convey that whenever you are presenting a paper like this,
Yes.
you should always have a comparison factor with the pre-existing model, that is state-of-art model.
Yes.
And show your results. Okay. Thank you, Abhay.
Yeah. Thank you for your feedback.
Okay, next, Yashwant Tate. Yashwant, Mr. Yashwant.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Can you share your screen, please?
Yes, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yashwant Vilas Sate, a master's
Uh,
student in data science, semester 4, and my guide is.
Sorry, Yashwant, your screen is not visible to us.
Uh,
Share your screen.
okay. Yes, yes. Wait. Hello.
Yes, yes, it is visible. You can start now.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yashwant Sate, master students in data science, Kirti College. My guide is Sampada ma'am, and my title is Digital Behavior Profiling of Students to Measure Academic Performance Using Machine Learning. And I am presenting this today to you. And thank you for this opportunity. And next. This is the abstract, and this slide gives a quick overview of my entire research. My study is based on OLAT, a real-world dataset of 32,593 Open University students with over 10.6 million online interaction. And first, as you can see, there is a behavior profiling. I group students into five types based on how they study online using K-mean clusterings with 28 features. And second, ML prediction. I use five machine models to predict whether a student will pass, fail, withdraw, or get distinctions. As you can see, XGBoost, RF, ANN, SVM, and logistic regression. And third is early warning system, which is my system can detect at-risk students as early as 30 to 50% into course with 80 to 85% AUC. And my best model is XGBoost achieve 87.3% accuracy. And next slide is introduction and background. Introduction background. This slide explains why this research is needed. Online learning platforms generate massive amounts of data every time a student logs in, clicks a resource, or submits an assignment. But this data is rarely used to help students. The Open University in UK actively teaches over 150,000 students, but global MOOC dropout rates are, which is you can see, that is 80 to 95%, which is very critical problem, and it covers 32 1,593 students, 22 course presentation, and 10.6 million VLE interaction, and 173 material types, 4 outcome classes, and 7 course modules, as you can see on the right side of the all out at a glance table. And next is problem statement. Next. Despite rich VLE interaction data being available, institutions lack integrated systems that combines behavioral profiling and academic outcomes prediction to enable proactive data-driven search. And there is a 5 key research gaps identified in most studies only predict pass or fail, not all 4 outcome classes. And second is no study combines clustering and prediction in one single pipeline. Third is there are few studies provide a fully reproducible end-to-end system. And fourth is shape-based explanatory is rarely used in OLAD research. And five, which is most studies use only one course data instead of multiple courses. And my research fills all 5 of these gaps. And next is research objectives. Research objectives, uh, I extract and engineer 28 composite behavioral features from raw OLAD data. Object 2 is apply. I have applied K means clustering to segment students into 5 behavior profiling. And object 3 is I have trained and compare 5 ML models as you can see RF and XGBoost, SVM, ANN, and logistic regression for 4 class outcome prediction. And third is early warning system, validate design and validate system flagging at risk student early as 30 or 50% into course timelines. And there is behavior profiling. No, explain it is sorry. And benchmark evaluation, evaluate using accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, ROC benchmark against published OLAT studies, and this is the methodology I have used, which is end-to-end ML pipeline. There are 5 steps, sorry. Step 1 is data ingestion. I have taken 7 OLAT CSV files merged via student ID keys, and I have cleaned and removed the missing values and all. And second step is I have taken this is a pre-processing and feature engineering layer, and this it is a pre and I have this is there is a 6 stage cleaning. There is merge, filter, aggregate, impute, smart, normalize, and third step is feature engineering, which is I have taken 28 composite features across 5 categories. Step 4 is clustering, k-means, which is k is equal to 5 behavior profiles, Shiloit validated. Step 5 is classification, 5 ML models, which is RNN and XGBoost and logistic regression, and 80 and 20 splits and 10-fold CVs. And below that, there is a feature engineering 5 categories, which is engagement volume, temporal consistency, assistant behavior, learning depth, and demographic context. And this is the system design of my presentation, which is 5 layer of architecture, which is all our data set ingestion layer, as CSV loading to table merging and PostgreSQL storage. Second step is pre-processing features engineering, 6 stage pipelines, 28 composite features, and min-max scaler. Third is behavior profiling layer, which is k means is equal to k into 5 to Shiloid validation to 5 behavior profiles. And fourth is predictive modeling layer, XGBoost deployed plus RF plus ANN plus SVM plus LR, and 2 4-class prediction. And last is dashboard and early warning layer, Plotly Dash, Fast API webhook, and at-risk student alert. And this is the implementation details. This is on the left side, you can see there is a technology stack. Language I have used in this Python, data processing, pandas and NumPy library. And wait a minute, man. And for data processing, I have used in Skillit-Learn, XGBoost for machine learning, TensorFlow and Keras for neural networks, and Chef for model explainability, Plotly and Seaborn for visualization, and Fast API with PostgreSQL for the backend. And the working dataset is in the Triple D module with 6272 students records and 5017 for training and 1255 for testing with 28 features. And the pie chart on this slide shows the class distribution after the smooth balancing. Pass is 35.1%, withdrawn is 32.4%, distinction is 17.7%, and fail is 14.8%. Smooth was applied to synthetically increase fail and distinction samples, so the model learns all 4 classified equal bells. And
time up झालाय.
you can conclude.
You can conclude.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Last. This is the last slide.
Okay.
This is the most important slide. My result. Looking at the model performance table, XGBoost is the best performing model with 87.3% accuracy, F1 score of 85.9%, and ROC AOC of 0.93. Random forest came second with 85.6 accuracy. ANN achieved 84.1, SVM achieved 79.4%, and logistic regression was the weakest at 72.8 among those. And the reason XG performed best is because it handles imbalanced data and complex features interactions very well. Now looking at the Chef features important chart, the top predictor is total clicks at 92% importance, meaning how much a student interacts online is the strongest signal. Second is active day ratios at 88%. Consistency of logging matters greatly. Third is average assessment score at 81%. Fourth is pre-deadline submission spike at 73%. Fifth is material diversity at 68%, and sixth is forum clicks at 62%. Submission delay has negative impact at 55%. This confirms that behavioral features are far more stronger predictors than demographic features. And finally, looking at the behavior cluster result, proactive learners have 89% pass rate, consistent learners have 81 high interaction student, and 74% last minute students, and 58% and passive or at-risk students have only 22 pass rate. This 67% difference between proactive learners and passive learners strongly validates the importance of behavior. And next slide is conclusion. This research successfully proves that the student digital behavior is a powerful predictor of academic outcomes. XGBoost achieved 87.3 percentage accuracy with strong explainability through chef, and the early warning system flag at risk student at 30% course completion, giving institution enough time to intervene and support struggling students. And for future scope, I plan to extend this to all 7 OLOD modules, integrate real-time streaming using Apache Kafka, and explore transformer-based models for click sequence analysis, and deploy a live factual alert dashboard, and implement federated learning for student data previewing. And that's it. Thank you, ma'am, for your time.
Yes, you have clustered the profiles, right? This is like you are clustering the digital behavior profiles, right?
Sir, actually, I can't hear. Like the voice is very low.
Yes, you are clustering the behavior learning profiles, right? Using k-means.
Yeah, I'm clustering those.
Then why you are using ML algorithms? What class? Why classification algorithms have been used?
Because I'm using ML models because the combination of this both has never been used before, and it gives very easy to predict and very helpful for teachers for futures, especially whose teachers is online teaching.
Not to predict, but it is to cluster the learning profiles.
Sorry, sir.
Behavior profiles, right?
Sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
It's okay.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Next, Suchita Murumkar, ma'am. Suchita Murumkar, madam.
Ma'am, can I leave right now?
Yes. Suchita Murumkar. Suchita Murumkar, ma'am. Okay, next. Rasika Kulkarni. Rasika Kulkarni, madam.
Yes, ma'am, we are here.
Yes, ma'am.
Sanjot, please share the screen. Is my screen visible?
Oh, wait, ma'am. Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I am Yami Bhagat, and these are my teammates Sanjot Pawar, Talat Kutsi, and Rishikesh Jagtap. We are from Ferguson College, Pune, and we are presenting our research topic, which is Nirbhay, an AI-powered multimodal threat detection system for real-time surveillance. So let me quickly explain what problem we are solving. Next slide. So the traditional CCTV system depend completely on human, which often leads to missed incidents and delayed responses. Nearby solves this using 3 AI models running together in real time. One model detects the violent activities, one detects weapons like guns and knives, and another last detects fires and smokes. All three work simultaneously on live CCTV footage. Now let's see why this problem is important. Next slide. Okay. So, incidents like violence, crimes, and fires are increasing, and CCTV cameras are installed almost everywhere. But the problem is, human can't monitor multiple screens continuously without errors. So, we use AI and deep learning to automatically identify dangerous situations in real time and reduce the human dependency. This brings us to the exact problem we have identified. Next slide. So, the traditional CCTV systems have four main issues. First is the human operators get tired and miss events. Second is there are no automatic detections, there's only recording. Third is slow responses because everything is manual. And lastly, most systems detects only one type of threat. But our project focuses on solving all these problems together. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, so from the existing research, we have reviewed around 30 recent research papers and identified that most systems focus only on one threat, either violence, weapons, or fires. Very few systems combine everything in one solution, especially in real-time CCTV conditions. And our contribution is a single system where all three detections run together and give faster and smarter surveillance. Now, the objective will be explained by Sanjot. Over to you, Sanjot.
Okay, so with that context in mind, let's walk through the objectives. First, we are detecting violence in real time using a hybrid deep learning model. Then, secondly, we are identifying weapons like handguns and knives directly at real time speeds. And third, we are detecting fire and smoke even in difficult conditions like low visibility. But the key objective and what makes Nirbhay different from prior work is that we are bringing all three into a single unified pipeline that runs parallelly with no human intervention. And finally, we designed it to be modular, so individual modules can be updated independently down the line. Now, let's talk about the methodology. So first, the video comes in from a webcam or CCTV. Each frame gets resized and normalized to the format each model expects, and then all three detection modules run simultaneously in parallel. Then the results are rendered on the UI in real time, and then after that, this entire loop repeats for every single incoming frame. For the modules themselves, the violence detection uses MobileNet V2 combined with a bidirectional LSTM, which was trained on over 2000 real life videos. Then the weapon detection uses YOLO V8 with a CSP backbone trained on 8000 plus images. And the fire smoke detection uses YOLO V11's enhanced backbone trained on the fire data set with 6000 plus images. So this block diagram summarizes the entire architecture. We can see that we have a single input at the top, the webcam or CCTV feed, and then there's frame pre-processing and then branching into three parallel streams. Here each stream has its own model and own output. So for the violence module, we have a violence or non-violence label, and for the weapon or fire smoke detection module, we have bounding boxes. So all three outputs are then converged on the final display screen. So we have used this parallel designing because it doesn't slow down even when multiple threats are present at the same time. So let's talk about the implementation details. So everything was built in Python using TensorFlow for the violence model and Ultralytics YOLO for the detection modules. Then OpenCV used to handle the video capturing and frame rendering. Then the training was done on Kaggle using the NVIDIA Tesla P100 GPU. For pre-processing, now for the violence module, we extracted 16 consecutive frames per clip and we balanced the classes to avoid bias. Then for weapon and fire smoke detection, all images were resized to 640 by 640 as required by YOLO. Then the three models were trained for 50, 40, and 100 epochs respectively, all using SGD as the optimizer. So now I would hand over to Talat.
Okay, so let's talk about how our system actually performed, starting with violence detection. So we tested this on 2000 plus video clips, and honestly, the results were better than what we expected. The model hit 97% accuracy, and the precision recall and FN are all sitting around 96 to 97%. What this really means is it's not just getting the easy cases right, it is also identifying violent activity without throwing up too many false alarms. Also, if you see, the loss curves were very smooth and training was stable. So we are confident that this isn't just overfitting to the data set. Next slide. Okay, so for weapon detection, the number that we are most proud of is the 30 plus FPS inference speed, because you can have a model with great accuracy on paper, but if it can't keep up with the live feed, then it's not really useful for surveillance. And the MEP at 50 came in at around 88%, which is solid, especially considering we are asking it to spot small objects like knives and partially hidden guns and grainy CCTV footage. So the best checkpoint was at epoch 34 out of 40. So the model converged nicely and didn't need the full training run to peak. Next slide. Okay, so finally, Fire and Smoke. This one was the most challenging one of the three, and the numbers also reflect that. So precision is at around 79, and MAP at 50 is also at 79, and the 79%, and the MAP at 50 to 95 is lower at 48%, which makes sense because smoke is especially hard to identify. It looks different in every environment, and lighting conditions also change everything. But these results are still competitive with what's out there in research. And when you combine all three modules running simultaneously in real time, that's really the core contribution of Nirbhay. And no existing system does all three together like this. Okay, over to you, Rishikesh.
So lastly, they're talking about the conclusion. So we have developed a unified system that detects violence, weapons, and fire simultaneously, reduce dependency on human monitoring, which also achieves a real-time performance. And in the future implements, we are doing the audio-based threat detection, expanding weapon categorization, automated alerts and notification, and lastly, multi-camera integration. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this is the user interface for the real-time monitoring and the visualizations. Next slide. And these are the references we have used for finding out the gaps and for the building and validating our system. Thank you. And we are ready for our answers.
I have one question for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Which data set have you used? Only images, videos, or some sensor data?
So for the violence module, we have actually used videos. Okay. A set of like there are two labels, violence as well as non-violence, and for the other two modules, for the weapon as well as the fire smoke detection, we have used images from Kaggle.
From Kaggle dataset.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Wait,
Hello.
Patel, sir?
Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Patel, sir?
Hello.
Uncle?
madam.
Sir? Yes, sir?
Hello, are you? Hello, ma'am.
Online आहे बघा.
Yeah, I'm online. So are you calling me or? Hello.
1 minute, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I'm getting your voice. First of all, I completed the session 1. Then we will start your second session. Okay, give me 2 minutes. I will wind up that and immediately we will start your session.
Yeah, sure.
Patil sir, Patil sir, पहिला session conclude करताय?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
आम्ही आहोत.
Sir, our presentation is remaining yet.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your name? Yes. What is your name?
Sir, Kashish, and with my partner Radhika.
And Pranali होणार आहोत.
Hello, sir. My presentation is also remaining.
What is
Hello.
your tracking ID? Can you tell me the track
Uh,
ID?
sir,
Paper code?
CS 29.
CS 29.
So in the yesterday list, they mentioned that.
Sir, we just messaged them. They said that you can join the meeting. So from the morning itself, we joined the meeting.
Yes, well, so
Kashish, you can start your presentation. Pranali, you stop. You can't present now because of time constraint. So we will conduct your session later on. Okay?
Okay.
what are waiting
Yes, sir.
please give me your 10 minutes
Kashish, your college
presentation.
name?
Sir, Ferguson College. Hello.
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kashish, and today we are going to present our research paper on self-healing and self-learning AI systems, which focuses on the AI systems uh, by enabling them to detect the errors and correct them and learn from the past mistakes. So, as we know that the generative AI is widely used today in areas like chatbots, recommendation systems, and decision making. However, these systems often faces issues like low accuracies, inconsistencies, and also lack of reliability. So, one of the major limitation is that they cannot evaluate or improve their own outputs, which reduces their trust in critical applications. So, at the problem statement for our research. So the main problem in that current AI system is that they cannot detect their own errors and cannot automatically correct the outputs and do not store the past mistakes. Because of this, the same errors are repeated and leading to the low reliability and the pure performance. So, the objective of our research paper is that we are used to develop a system that can detect the errors automatically and can correct the incorrect outputs, and also it can store the past mistakes in the memory and continuously improve over the time. So basically, in the simple words, we want to build a self-learning AI system. So our approach uses this LLM model as the base. So the system, firstly, the system, how it works. So firstly, the system takes the inputs and it generates the outputs and check whether there is an error or not. If there is an error, then it corrects it and stores the mistakes in the memory. Then it creates a continuous feedback loop, and the memory module also is used, that is for storing the past errors. So this creates a continuous improved cycle. And the system architecture and the workflow is this. It is the most important part of the our system, that first the user provides the input to the system, and then the model generates a response, and this response is passed to the error detection module, which checks for the corrections and relevance. If an error is found, it in the correction module, it refines the output, and finally we got the improved response that is shown to the user, and the system stores the mistakes in the memory, and this creates a feedback loop like that. So and the key points are the key components that are used in our presentations or in our research paper. That is, firstly, the error detection module that identifies the mistakes, and the correction modules that fixes our output, and the memory module that stores the past errors. So now the further I will hand over to the Radhika.
Thank you, Kashish. So our results and advantages are the as following.
The proposed system shows the several improvements like increased accuracy and reliability. Second, another one is the reduced error repetition, and then better response quality, and as well as the improved adaptability over the time. Based on this, I mean, we have compared to the traditional AI system. These frameworks, which mentioned by Kashish, has performs the significantly better. And next slide, please. Yeah. So our limitations and future scope are as follows. So currently this framework is theoretical and it needs the real world implementation. In the future, we are thinking to apply the reinforcement learning, then integrate the real time data and apply it in the IoT systems. These improvements can make the system even more powerful. And the conclusion of our research paper is that we proposed a self-healing and self-learning AI framework that can detect, correct, and learn from errors. This makes the AI systems more reliable, adaptive, and intelligent, especially in critical applications. And our main focus is to making the AI systems more adaptive, reliable, and capable of learning from their own mistakes, which is essential for the future intelligence systems. Thank you. We are ready for the questions.
Thank you, Kashish. There is no question. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
I request to Dr. Patil sir for the last vote of thanks section for oral presentation.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Computer Science Department and Deccan Education Society, Willingdon College and conference team, I'm very much thankful to Dr. Kuldeep Samrekar sir and Dr. Prashant Niranjan sir for giving their valuable time and spend their valuable time during this conference and guide us, our delegates, throughout this conference day. I'm also thankful all the delegates, participants.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you all can see my slide.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So thanks for the introduction, Professor. As you all know, my name is Renuka Ramachandra. I work for Rosalind Franklin University at Medicine and Science in suburbs of Chicago, Illinois, in US. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give this talk. When I wanted to give a talk on my in-depth research, but then I thought it would be boring in this late afternoon. So I picked a topic that's pretty, universal all across the globe right now. So for today's topic, I'm talking about the social brain and what's its impact on, the impact on our neural network or the brain. I have been in neuroscience for almost 2 decades now, and I have worked in various neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's, Alzheimer's. I also worked in Down syndrome, stroke, pain. So what really interested me was through all these diseases, through all the neurological problems that we go through, one of the main reasons we see is how these people form social connections in between them, or form a community, and in how in certain cases when the patients are kept aside, how does it affect their mental health, their disease progression, and other aspects of their life. So to give a brief introduction, I'll just explain like the terms that we normally commonly use in terms of social community. So first and foremost, we all know social connection. We need it for structures. Human beings are social animals, so are most of the primates. We need them to be in groups, right from the days of hunting, agriculture to the present day. We all need a community across us for functioning normally, emotionally, and more the better. But then we talk mostly about loneliness. So what does loneliness mean? Loneliness is like you can be alone and feel lonely, or you could be in a group of people and still feel lonely because your interactions or your relations do not match your wants or needs, or how you say in like the colloquial newer terms, like you don't vibe with the rest of the crowd that you live with. Then comes our main topic of interest, that is social isolation. It's basically just like a physical isolation. So in this image, you see like this person is totally isolated from the rest of the crowd, and it could be voluntarily or it could be because of various reasons. So going for World Health Organization recognized that it's not important to have a physical well-being and a mental well-being, but also it's also very, very important to have a social well-being to be successful in your life. Why so? How does social isolation really harm you? So these are like general topics, like when we talk with students or the community, we tell that smoking is wrong, or alcohol consumption is wrong, but nobody talks about like isolating yourself. And results have found that or the findings have indicated that social isolation is more harmful, or it's comparable at least to factors like smoking, alcohol consumption, and all this. In the long term, even in a normal person, it could increase the risk of dementia, that is memory loss, by 40%. It increases the risk of having heart disease, stroke. So it's very important to have a community like Phil. What are some of the reasons? Like I'm talking about a global term over here. It could be you could be socially isolated because of a death of a loved one, mental health, physical impairment, like long illness, like you have a disability and you are bedridden. It could be because of an unemployment, poverty, moving to a remote location, and being addicted to social media is one of the reasons that you don't want to talk to real people around you. Then there is addiction to drugs, alcohol, and also lack of social skills. So in general, World Health Organization can you guys hear me? I can hear a lot of noise in the background.
आवाज म्यूट केले गेले.
Hello. So social isolation is like a silent and nearly invisible epidemic. So when I was doing this research, I give talks to local communities here in US. So I was wondering, like, even will it be pertinent to our Indians?
दादा तुम्ही माईक जरा बंद करा.
Samir, can you please put the mic?
Sound. नाही इथं बंद झालं. हँग जातो. ते हँग जातो.
Hello, can you hear me now?
सगळ्यांना म्यूट करा जरा.
नाही त्याला कनेक्ट केली. ओके. आवाज फ्रॉम
Hello.
आवाज नाही.
प्लीज अनम्यूट.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So coming back to the Indian scenario, I was
You're
really
audible.
surprised to see that social isolation is considered an emerging public health crisis. There is not many articles published. There are very few articles, but there is still a prevalence rate of 18 to 37%, depending on who has done the survey. And then I said, it could be just an urban problem in bigger cities because people live alone. But then it also was what surprised me was most of the elderly living even in rural areas are socially isolated for various reasons, especially because they live alone. Their kids have migrated to bigger cities or migrated to a different country, so they're all left alone. So the various reasons that I could figure out from, of course, Google was shifting family structures because there is a decline in the joint family system, migration. Most of them are digitally dependent, so we are universally connected through internet, but we do not have one-on-one face-to-face interactions. Work stress, working long hours, especially in the bigger cities, they lose no time for social connection. And of course, the elderly people, especially sick people, people say that just leave them in the room. They cannot talk or they don't know how to converse, and they just ignore the elderly people. And because of this, there is a lot of health issue. People who would probably live another 10 more years may just die early on because there is no proper social connectivity with them. So coming back to like the basic reasons and what our lab focuses on. So when I talk about social isolation, that is isolating the person separately, it could be because of family dynamics, migration, job. We have another category called developmental disorders. Under that, we have the autism spectrum disorders, Down syndrome people, because they do not have like the regular capability of interacting with the other people surrounding them. They tend to be isolated by the society or at school for various reasons. Then we have the neurodegenerative disease, patients with Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, because they have their own movement disorders or they have dementia or some other problems. They tend to get isolated. They are left alone in a room. People just talk to them or feed them maybe, but nobody wants to spend quality time with them. So they end up being isolated. And then comes our the biggest social isolation epidemic that we just saw was COVID. So in our lab, we use we study on autism disorders. We also study partly on the Down syndrome and its effects on the brain, emotion, and memory. We also are studying, we have models of Parkinson's disease rats and mice, and we study the effect of social isolation on these animals. And of course, we have a flu model of mice, and we are doing the similar experiments on the same model. So I'm just going to briefly talk about the lab model that we are currently just started work on. And so we use our models are the autistic spectrum disorder. There is a gene called neuraxin-1 gene. So these genes are knocked out in this long events rat. And so they show autistic-like behavior. So we use these rats for all our experiments. So to go back, so now I get into the brain, which is one of my favorite regions to work with. So here is a picture, like a cartoon image of adult human brain, and this is a rat brain. So in an adult human, we have the cortex, and then there is this small area represented here in green. It's called the amygdala. The amygdala is the center for emotion, where your fear, anxiety, depression, or aggression is processed. And then we have the hippocampus, which is the center for memory and learning. And this is similar in rat. You have the hippocampus, and then you have the amygdala. So the amygdala is connected with the other regions, and that's how all the emotions are processed. So what do we do? So we take these rats. We do, first and foremost, we do behavioral studies with them. So for behavioral studies, especially for social isolation, we keep these rats in a cage separated from the rest of the other animals for either 24 hours or 72 hours. And then we study their behavior, like what happens to their behavior once they are separated and kept alone, confined in a smaller space. We do social interactions, like how do they interact with other rats from their same cohort. We see their exploratory behavior. Are they curious about the surroundings? We do, there are certain set paradigm to do stress tests to see how stressed these rats are. And very importantly, there is a grad student who is studying empathy towards other rats. Like if you keep them isolated, are they empathetic to other rats? The second part of our experiment is electrophysiology. Electrophysiology is basically we record from certain parts of the brain, and in our lab we do. So again, this is the rat brain, what I showed earlier on. So this is amygdala. So what we do is we try to record the action potentials generated in the amygdala in the rats that are separated. So I place a stimulating electrode in the cortex, which is like, so we give it a electrical pulse, and then we see how this pulse is recognized by amygdala by using a recording electrode. So whatever pulses we give here is transmitted into the amygdala, and then we do the recording. So if I take a cross section, you see that this is the cortex. This is where I'm stimulating, and this is where I'll be recording the brain activity. So why are this connection important? Because when you are isolated, you could get anxiety, depression, and if it is a long term, you could also have a post-traumatic stress syndrome. So this connection is very important for us to study the pathways. We also study the hippocampus, which is involved in memory and learning. And so here I have like a very short clip of how a neuron sounds, when you do a recording. So that each spike is an action potential that is generated by the neurons in the amygdala. So I'm just so whatever electrodes I place in the brain, in the rat brain, is what is connected to my computer and multiple devices, and of course, and then we get this recording. So this is like a basic action potential. And then when I stimulate, this is how fast the neurons spike. So these are live recordings that we record in our lab from a rat brain. Oh, sorry. So what we do with the data? So we compare the data. So this is like a wild animal where there is no gene knockout or anything, and this is like a regular rat. And we find that the number of action potential they produce is a lot more higher than this rat, which is which has autistic syndrome. Autistic spectrum disorder. So when we do, as usual, put them all together, compare them wild type to the knockout animals, you see there is a decrease in the number of action potentials. So I don't want to go too much into the details, but this is something that we look at. We also look at the pathways. It's known that the amygdala structure itself kind of is either it shrinks, or the brain, the connectivity from the cortex to amygdala is shortened. When you isolate these animals, it's true with autistic spectrum animals. It's true with Parkinson's. They already have problems, and then social isolation adds another layer of complexity to it. So in our lab, we do. So we also look at we stain the neurons once all the experiments are done. We take the brain out, fix them, cut, and stain them. This is like a Golgi stain, where we see the structure of neuron. Like you can see, these are pyramidal neurons. Then this is another stain called as the biotin stain. You inject the stain and see how the neuron structures differ from a regular normal animal to a knockout animal. This is like a detailed study of the arborization. We also study, for receptors and proteins, and we use specific antibodies. So here, if you in the new brain, you have astrocytes. These are the microglia, and these are the neurons which are stained for particular antibodies that either get increased or decreased depending on what kind of rat that we are looking. So we are really interested in knowing if certain memory related antibody increases or stress related antibody, how it gets affected. So this is the overall kind of work that we do. But if anybody is interested, they can reach out to me, and if they have any specific questions. So to end overall, so what is the prescription, or what do we suggest for this? So we call it the connection prescription. So it's very important to have social interactions, and and incorporate social support with one another. Not just that, the person who we are talking about needs to have a deep desire for connecting to empower not just their physical health and mental health, but also their social well-being. When you talk about patients, we suggest that they get an enriched environment, like place them in near a window where they can see outside, where they interact with the outside world. Talk to the patients, spend some quality time with them, even if they cannot come out or of their room. Teaching empathy to the to our kids is very important, because as the newer generation that we are seeing, a lot of them lack empathy. And the main thing, live life with a purpose. And whenever you have a purpose in life, your longevity is definitely going to increase. If I have not put everyone to sleep, I'm open for questions if anybody has.
Hello. Yeah, we had undergraduate students also. My students were sitting here.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you all have any questions, if you don't have today, it's fine. But you can get my email ID and reach out if you all have any specific questions regarding studies in what are the opportunities or anything. I would be really happy to answer anything.
Okay. That's nice. That's nice. Questions from the audience, students. Okay. Yeah. So, Professor Madhav Gulave is professor from Shivaji University. So, we would like to comment and conclude the session. Thank you, madam. Our end. I don't know how the time at your end, but yes, very happy to see you on your social brain, the neural impact of the social isolation. I think it's a need of the time. Earlier, we used to have, especially what you said in the Indian context, that the joint family was there, and nowadays, the work pressure, nature of work, the families are becoming the nuclear. And yes, we are all facing more social isolation problems, which are rightly pointed out, and it is harmful. In Indian culture, if we say a student will come from the rural area, they have the phobia of the language, phobia of expressing themselves. But I'm very happy to see the US expressing yourself. I think you are an idol of all the students in our government. I appreciate your presentation and I wish to thank one and all on behalf of our members. Thank you, one and all. So, to Salim, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nice to see you after a long time, so many years. Yeah. And your presentation. And I should say it was quite simple one, easy to understand. And I think you have put a lot of effort to make people understand what you want to say. So yeah, once again, thanks a lot for joining our session. And it's very hot. So I'm grateful to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good evening, all of you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good evening. Yes. Bye.
Bye.
Sorry. I can close for the other sense. Actually, we are close.
coding prompt. So this is the question prompt. It goes to the embeddings. Embeddings means we have token, it gets embedded into the vector. Each token is converted into the number and then into the vector. That is the embedding part. It goes to the transformer layers. The transformer layers, it has lot of neural network, the self-attention, multi-head attention mechanism, and then it goes to the logics. This is all together. This is the LLM machinery. And then it generates the tokens. After it does that, constantly what it is doing for the answer, it is generating or it is predicting the next word. How it predicts the next word is what it has seen before. And it gives the probabilities to every word in the vocabulary or in that vector space. The most probable word is selected. Again, it goes back in the answer. So once it says, okay, the next word is the, then what will be the next word after the? Again, it calculates the probabilities and sees that the next probable word is capital. So it goes on doing that. That's what is happening behind the scene. So I will try one more thing, maybe. What is capital of, let's say, Maharashtra? Let's see. This is the question. Tokens, it has seen that. Now, first, yeah, it says Mumbai. That is the capital of Maharashtra. So that's how the machinery works behind ChatGPT. That's what I wanted to share with you all. And let me stop sharing. Okay. And I'm here. I'm ready to take questions if you have any.
Anyone have any questions? Okay, ma'am. Maybe anyone not have any questions? We will go next. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request to Kuldeep sir, please give us an overview on technology session today.
Yeah. Thank you, madam. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for conducting such a wonderful conference where everything was planned meticulously and it was well organized and well executed. I would also like to thank Shilpa ma'am for such a wonderful talk on generative AI, ChatGPT. You have just given us an overview about what exactly is happening and all. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. In spite of the timings change over here, I know that it's early 3:30 over there, I guess. And for all the participants who have presented the paper, the topics were really good, interesting topics, which was the need of the hour for all the topics. Very well executed, very well presented also. I thank all the organizers also for organizing such a wonderful conference and well planned. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. On the behalf of Willingdon College Sangli and team of International Conference, I would like to thank Dr. Shilpa ma'am, Shilpa Toro ma'am, Toro Gadre ma'am, and Dr. Kuldeep sir, and for their valuable talk. And would you like to thank my all team members, coordinators, and our conference committee for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much, all of you. We will conclude here and we will join to the valedictory session next hour. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you all.
The निष्कर्ष the सारांश जो नाम मार्गदर्शन हमें उचित व्यक्ति से चाहिए था वो यहाँ पर संसद ने हमें यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन किया। मैं महाविद्यालय से और इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठन के सभी आयोजकों की ओर से आपका धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करता हूँ। दूसरे हमारे मिलकर डॉक्टर मनोहर गोयल जी विभाग प्रमुख अर्थशास्त्र विभाग वे आज मुझे पता चला कि अर्थशास्त्र में जितने निपुण हैं उतने ही वे पके हुए साहित्य में, क्योंकि हम लोगों की साहित्य की बातें होती हैं तो वे मुझसे कहते हैं कि ऐसा तो मुझे मेरे से सीखना कीजिए। आपने भी जो आलेख यहाँ पर पढ़े थे उनके बारे में अपने टिप्पणी की। यहाँ भी हमारे मित्र डॉक्टर गजानन चौहान जी भी यहाँ पर विशेष रूप से उपस्थित है। उनके आभार मानने थोड़ी औपचारिकता होगी क्योंकि मित्रता क्षय होती जाती है। हमारे वरिष्ठ मित्र महाविद्यालय के आर्य सदस्य संत साहित्य के श्रेष्ठ ज्ञाता श्रोता डॉक्टर कुलकर्णी यहाँ पर उपस्थित है। मैं उनके प्रति भी अपने हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी छात्र जिन्होंने यहाँ पर पेपर प्रस्तुत किए और अध्यापकगण जो यहाँ पर उपस्थित है और बिल्कुल एकाग्रता से ध्यान देकर यहाँ पर उन्होंने बढ़ावा दिया, उत्साह दिया। देखिए कि लगभग 1 घंटा 50 मिनट तक ये चौथा सत्र, मुझे लगता है कि आज के दिन भर का सबसे अधिक समय जो जिस सत्र में गया है यहाँ हमने बिताया, गवाया नहीं बिताया है। और विचार मंथन से हमारे मन में किसी न किसी तरह के प्रश्न, किसी न किसी तरह की आशंकाएं, उत्साह, दिक्कतें, इस सब को एक साथ लेकर हम यहाँ से जा रहे हैं। आप सभी ने सहयोग दिया, इसके लिए आप सबका आभार। अब समापन सत्र के लिए हम सभागृह में जाएंगे। समापन सत्र के प्रमुख अतिथि पधारे बने हैं। मैं आपसे विनती करता हूँ, अनुरोध करता हूँ, आग्रह करता हूँ कि हम सब मिलकर विलंब सभागृह
बॅटरी किती आहे हा ते देऊन पण आणि आणि एक घेतलं असं झालं कुणाचं मी मला पण दोन असं झाले ऑनलाईनचा काय विषय हो ऑनलाईन
आता एक येणार नाही कोण सकाळी तुमच्या पटीने होतेच
Hello. 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 All the delegates are requested to assemble in Wellandkar Hall. A valedictory function will start soon. Hello. All the delegates are requested to assemble in Wellandkar Hall. A valedictory function will start soon. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, all. I request all the dignitaries to please come on the dais. Respected Chief Guest Dr. Anil Sukte sir, Principal of Mathubai Kanya Mahavidyalay, Honorable Principal Professor Dr. Sattappa Sawant sir, Life Member and Vice Principal Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni sir are requested to please come on the dais and start the valedictory function of International Conference. Good evening, everyone present here. Respected Chief Guest Dr. Anil Sukte sir, Principal Mathubai Kanya Mahavidyalay, Sangli, Dr. Vishram Lumte sir, Honorable Principal Professor Dr. Sattappa Sawant sir, Life Member and Vice Principal Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni sir, distinguished delegates, esteemed academicians, researchers, invited guests, Vice Principal, organizing committee members, my colleagues and dear students. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory function of one-day international conference on Anvaya, Transformative Frontiers of Emerging Trends in Humanities, Science and Technology. As we gather here for the valedictory session, we not only celebrate the conclusion of this remarkable event, but also acknowledge the knowledge shared, the connections built, and the inspiration gained by every participant. Today signifies the successful completion of highly enriching and intellectually stimulating journey. Throughout the conference, we have witnessed meaningful exchange of ideas, insightful discussions, and collaborative engagements across the diverse domains of science, humanities, and technology. First of all, I would like to request Dr. Samir Terdalkar sir, Organizing Secretary, to share the summary of conference proceedings. Sir, please.
Good evening. Respected dignitaries on the dais, my dear colleagues and students. Very briefly, I will present the review of the conference. Deccan Education Society, Willingdon College, Autonomous, Sangli, we had organized one-day international conference, Anvaya, Transformative Frontiers of Emerging Trends in Humanities, Science and Technology. I would just brief about the preparation of the conference also. Since we had very short duration, very little time for the preparation, we as employees of Deccan Education Society and Willingdon College, we have worked tirelessly and we have made this conference a great success. And this was possible only with all your dedicated effort and commitment towards excellence in education. The conference, the registration started at 8:30 approximately in the morning. 9, we all went for breakfast. 10 o'clock, we had inauguration, slightly 5-10 minutes plus minus. Inaugural address was given by Professor Nitin Karmalkar, who was former Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University. Guest of honor was Dr. Ravindra Singh Pardeshi, former Principal, Ferguson College, Autonomous, Pune. Keynote address was delivered by one international expert, Dr. Shahina Praveen. She is a practicing psychotherapist, a psychologist, and a mental health practitioner, and her session went on for, I think, approximately 45 minutes. Then we had one common session for all the delegates and all the participants, and this was conducted by Professor Mahadev Deshmukh, who happens to be the Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He spoke on startup ecosystem, which is one of the vibrant topic almost for all streams now. So startup ecosystem as a driver of economic growth for Viksit Bharat. And indeed, it was a fantastic lecture. And he was speaking about Indian economy and how startup has helped Indian economy to rise to the third position. So it was indeed a fantastic lecture and something very different, which probably we all didn't knew. Then we had parallelly 3 tracks. First track was for humanities, second was for science, and third was on technology. Now, if you look at the number of registrations were more than 350, and the conference was on hybrid mode. So nowadays, as you know, after COVID, people prefer to be more online rather than offline. So we had a lot of online presentations in both the in all 3 tracks. So, and there was one invited talk for each track. For humanities, Dr. Randir Shinde gave a talk on technology, AI, and Marathi literature. Then there were paper presentations, and I think more than 30 papers were presented under humanities track. So 30 is a big number, I feel. Track 2 was science. There were about approximately 17 presentations, oral presentation, plus 2 poster presentations were also there. And it was chaired by Professor Sanjay More and Professor Madhav Bilave from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. There was one invited talk in the science track, and it was given by Dr. Renuka Ramchandra, who happens to be from Center for Neurodegenerative Diseases, Rosalind Franklin University of Medicine and Science, USA. Then in technology track, I think we had 18 presentations in technology track, plus 9 were from mathematics. And one invited talk was there for technology track that was given by Dr. Shilpa Toro Gadre on artificial intelligence. She happens to be senior data scientist and school engagement manager, St. Joe's, California, USA. So yeah, Dr. Kuldeep Samrekar was chairing this particular session. He happens to be from Gokte Institute of Technology, Belgavi, Karnataka. So overall, I would say there were few shortcomings in the entire thing, starting from morning registration up to this time. And we have realized our few shortcomings also. And I assure the authorities that maybe next time we will not repeat them, we will work on them. Some time management could have been much better. That is what I feel. And I don't know. People register at the 11th hour. That is also one of the things. They don't register maybe a week before or 4 days before of the conference, but they prefer to register on the day of the conference or just before one day of the conference, and then it becomes very difficult for the management team and the editorial team. And I should thank the editorial team. They have worked tirelessly to make the abstract book publish, and very soon we will be also editing the full-length papers and sending it to the journal, and hope we attain the magic figure which has been promised and which has been assured. And I should say that there are very good quality papers. Today we had one presentation from the industry as well, from Incorp Mumbai, and that was on climate change and what is happening actually in Navi Mumbai. So we had diverse presentations, diverse number of abstracts, very good subjects, and more people have joined online. So this was a brief review of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for presenting such a comprehensive and insightful review of the conference. Now I would like to request Dr. Dattatreya Edge sir to kindly introduce our esteemed chief guest for the valedictory function. Sir, please.
Good evening to all. Respected Chairman, Dr. Vishram Lomte sir, Principal Dr. S.S. Sawant sir, Life Member and Vice Principal Dr. R.A. Kulkarni sir, co-convener Dr. Kagane sir, Dr. Shingare sir, organizing secretary Dr. Terdalkar sir, distinguished researchers, faculty members and dear students. It's my privilege to introduce the chief guest for the valedictory function of this international conference, an eminent academician, visionary leader and inspiring teacher, Professor Dr. Anil Shantaram Sukte sir, in charge principal and head of the department English, Srimati Mathubai Garware, Kanya Mahavidyalaya Sangli. He has 32 years of dedicated teaching experience. His academic contributions are really remarkable. 75 research papers published in various national and international journals, 120 papers presented at various conferences, guided 5 PhD scholars, and 8 more students are pursuing research under his able guidance. He has also edited more than 5 journals. He also organized 71 conferences, seminars, and workshops. He delivered over 207 lectures talks on a wide range of topics. He has also served as coordinator for NAC and distance education. His leadership and social contribution have been widely recognized through 7 prestigious awards, including Favorite Professor Award, Rashtriya Gaurav Award, Nation Builder Award, Best Citizen of India, Indian Inspiration Awards, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Anil Sukte sir, our esteemed chief guest for this valedictory function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Felicitation is the gracious expression of our profound respect and heartfelt gratitude towards our esteemed chief guest. I humbly request Dr. Vishram Lumte sir to kindly do the honors of felicitating our chief guest. Chief guest of valedictory function, Dr. Anil Sukte sir, Principal Srimati Mathubai Garware, Kanya Mahavidyalaya Sangli. Welcome, sir. Thank you all. Feedback is an essential component of any successful academic event as it reflects the experiences, insights and suggestions of our valued participants. We are indeed privileged to have received thoughtful and constructive feedback from our delegates, which will guide us in further enhancing such academic events in future. To share the feedback on behalf of the participants, I would like to request Parvati Nagmote ma'am to kindly come forward and present the participants' reflection. Mrs. Parvati Nagmote ma'am.
व्यासपीठावरील उपस्थित मान्यवर, प्राध्यापक वर्ग आणि विद्यार्थी मित्रमैत्रिणींनो, एक दिवसीय अन्वया कॉन्फरन्स कार्यशाळा भरलेल्या या एकदिवसीय कार्यशाळेमध्ये विविध कॉलेजेस महाविद्यालयांचे सहभागी रिसर्च पेपर इथं सादर केले गेले. सकाळपासून चाललेली ही कार्यशाळा प्रत्येकासाठी एक वेगळा अनुभव देऊन गेली. प्रत्येकाला विविध विषय याच्यामध्ये मांडले गेले. प्रत्येकाने आर्थिक, सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक, ह्युमॅनिटीमध्ये, सायन्स टेक्नॉलॉजीमध्ये, AI भरपूर प्रमाणामध्ये आता सगळीकडं त्याचे फायदे तोटे वापरत असल्यामुळे त्याचे फायदे तोटे प्रत्येकाला समजायला हवेत. हे किती हार्मफुल आहे किंवा युजफुल आहे ह्याच्यासाठी सगळ्यांनी सजग होण्यासाठी एक सूचित म्हणून ही कार्यशाळा म्हटलं तर अयोग्य होणार नाही. आणि ह्युमॅनिटीमध्ये योगावरती 2-3 सेशन झाले, तर ते पण एक मानवासाठी स्थिरीकरणासाठी ते एक मेडिटेशनसाठी ते एक आता सध्या जास्तीत जास्त उपयोगी असे आहे. कारण प्रत्येक गोष्ट आपण शिकतो, आपल्या उपयोगासाठी आपण त्याचा वापर करतो आणि आपलं जीवन समृद्ध करण्याचा आपण प्रयत्न करतो. पण आपण स्थिर होण्यासाठी नेमकं आपल्याला काय हवं आहे, सुख समाधान कशातून मिळेल? बाकीच्या गोष्टी होत राहतात, भौतिक आहेत त्या, परंतु खरोखर मानवासाठी काय आवश्यक आहे, तर हे कार्यशाळेतून, ह्युमॅनिटीच्या माध्यमातून म्हणा किंवा बाकीच्यासुद्धा गोष्टीतून आपल्याला बऱ्यापैकी शिकायला आणि अनुभवायला मिळालं. मला बोलण्याची संधी दिली त्याबद्दल मी प्रत्येकाचे आभार मानते. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Sahil Harge to represent the feedback. Sahil Harge.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to express myself regarding this conference. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Sahil Ashok Harge. I am a research student in electronics field. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude towards Principal Willingdon College for guiding everyone in the right path, organizing committee for making this conference possible and such a memorable experience. As this is my first conference, I have learned a lot of things. I have learned a lot of things after taking the feedback from the panel members, and especially grateful to the Willingdon College teaching and non-teaching staff, as well as all the members involved for their hard work and support. And also I would like to thank Dr. S.R. Patil madam for guiding me in all the possible ways. Also Rutuja Pawar, my co-author, being a part in my research journey, and finally my parents, my sister. Without them, nothing have been possible. Thank you all for making this milestone in my research journey so special. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Sahil. Thank you for your valuable feedback. Next, I would like to request Amisha Vadar to present her feedback. Amisha Vadar.
Good evening, everybody. Firstly, I would thankful to everybody herein from the student, and as a first attendee of any national conference, I think I'm very thankful for attending the one-day national conference, Anvaya, and putting the opportunity to all the attendees for the one-day conference. And then it was an incredible, enriching experience that provided valuable insights. And even in the Faculty of the Arts, Humanities, and in the multiple disciplines, I particularly enjoyed the presentation sessions, and it offered a new perspective research area. And overall, it was a productive and well-organized event. And even I look forward to attend even more national conferences again next year. And I would definitely thankful for the organizing committee principal of this college for attending such a good conference, one-day conference, wherever, as the name suggests, frontiers of emerging trends in humanities, science, and technology. The frontier was actually taken in this international conference, and I would personally, I like the morning session wherever the yogic science in about live session we interacted with ma'am, and wherever she explains the yogic science benefits for our life. It was very incredible and insightful for me even, and it is attending as a one-day national conference. It was very hilarious and good moment for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Amisha. Thank you for presenting such a valuable feedback. Now we move on to the certificate distribution ceremony. As a token of recognition and appreciation for the active participation and valuable contributions, we shall now proceed with the symbolic distribution of certificates to few representatives. May I request Dr. Anil Sukte sir to kindly do the honors of presenting the certificates. First of all, I would like to request Bharti Kolekar ma'am to kindly come forward and receive the certificate. Bharti Kolekar ma'am from Humanity. From science stream, Amruta Aute ma'am, Willingdon College. Amruta Aute ma'am, Madam, Willingdon College. Amruta Auti Madam, Willingdon College. And from technology, Sarjerao Pawar sir, Srimati Kastubai Walchan College, Sangli. Thank you all. Here I am going to announce the results from all these streams. From technology, thank you sir, thank you all. Only I want to declare the results because these people have attended the online conference, so please have a seat. From technology, first rank is Sarjerao Pawar sir. Second rank from computer science, Shweta Bhagat, Rohan Chavan and Piyush Balodi. And second rank goes to Yashwant Vilas Sathe. Science rankers are Nikhil Jadhav from Ferguson College, Pune, Amruta Auti Madam, Willingdon College, Sangli, and Shreyas Khadse, Industry Delegate, Mumbai. From Humanity section, Harshad Gadge and Vispute sir. First rank goes to Harshad Gadge and Vispute sir. Harshad Gadge and Vispute sir. Second rank, Vaidehi Lomte and Parvati Nagmoti. Vaidehi Lomte and Parvati Nagmoti. And third rank, कौन is and third rank Mahadev Thomre and Lakshman Shinde. Thank you all.
First rank from science section is Nikhil Jadhav. Nikhil Jadhav.
Thank you all. Now I respectfully invite our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Anil Sukte sir, to address the delegates. Sir, please.
Good evening, everybody. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, members of the organizing committee, faculty members, and my dear participants, a very good evening to all of you. It is indeed a moment of immense pride, honor, and satisfaction for me as to be present here at the valedictory function of this one-day international conference on Anvaya Transformative Frontiers of Emerging Trends in Humanities, Science and Technology. At the very outset, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizing committee for their visionary initiative and for successfully conducting this intellectually stimulating and well-organized conference. I also express my sincere gratitude for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this prestigious academic event. The theme of this conference, Anvaya, is deeply meaningful and thoughtful and provoking. The word itself signifies connection, continuity, and integration. In today's rapidly changing world, knowledge cannot flourish in isolation. As an academician with years of experience in teaching and administrating, I have always believed that true education lies in connecting ideas across disciplines. Humanities, science, and technology, though traditionally seen as distinct domains, are now increasingly interdependent. Humanities enrich us with ethical values, cultural awareness, and critical perspectives. Science equips us with logical reasoning and empirical understanding. Technology, on the other hand, transforms knowledge into innovation and practical application. When these three come together, they open up new transformative frontiers that have the potential to reshape society in a meaningful way. Throughout the day, this conference has served as a vibrant platform for intellectual exchange. The researchers' presentation, keynote address, and scholarly discussions have undoubtedly brought forward emerging trends and innovative ideas. These deliberations not only broaden your academic horizons, but also encourages you to address real-world challenges with a multidisciplinary approach. I am particularly happy to note the active participation of young researchers and students. Their enthusiasm, curiosity, and commitment to learning are truly inspiring. As educators, it is our responsibility to guide such young minds, provide them with opportunities like this to grow academically and intellectually. I strongly feel that institutions must promote such academic engagements to foster research culture and collaborative learning. Conferences like this play a vital role in building networks, exchanging knowledge, and inspiring future research endeavors. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely appreciate all the presenters and participants for their valuable contribution. My special thanks to the organizing committee, faculty members, and volunteers who whose tireless efforts, dedication, and meticulous planning have made this event a grand success. Behind every successful conference lies a team that works with commitment and passion, and today we have witnessed the excellence. As we reach this conclusion of this conference, when I read the title of this particular conference, the word Anvaya is totally different, is meticulous and new, and I know that the principal of this institute is a store of these words. Since 1994, I have been watching him in a different conference, in a different events, and whenever I used to talk with him, I find that new words are coming out of his mouth. He plays on the words. He creates new words. And I declare that I have also learned many Marathi as well as Hindi new words from him also. And he is a very active. Wherever we go, as somebody says, that in a very traceless, yoga is one of the topic of this conference. And when the papers and some lectures were presented on the yoga which is very necessary to live stressless life. But whenever we come into the contact of Sawant sir, the atmosphere is stressless because he plays on the words. So such a good experience I have. And nowadays it is said that conferences are not successful. But I do not agree, because in the last month, I also organized an international conference, and there were 457 papers were presented, were published in the different journals. In 5 journals, we published the papers. And at the end of the conference, in a validatory function, also there were many participants presented. Now today also, I'm watching that now it's a 5:30, and we know that teachers generally do not remain in the college after 12:30. But now it's a 5:30, and all the teachers, participants are present in this hall. It is a success of this conference. And you know that there are some participants expressed their views. I know that the organizers have given a very little time to them. They have given also 10 minutes for me also, and I have a lot of things to share with you, but I will not test your patience. You know that there are many participants who wants to express their feelings regarding this conference. In this conference also, I have come to know from the principal that there are more than 350 participants registered. In the beginning, in the review, the faculty member has expressed that at the 11th hour, some participants registered in the conference. Sir, we have to welcome such participants also, because nowadays such a type of great atmosphere, such a type of different topic are given very rarely. But you have chosen a great topic. And you know that it's a very hot days nowadays. It is the end of the March. And in such a atmosphere, in such a hot atmosphere, you have created cool atmosphere through this particular topic and through such type of paper presentation. And all delegates, all participants are their faces shows that they are very happy with this conference, because you have provided good material for their brain. Which type of delegates, which type of resource persons you invite, that is also important for the success of conference. You have invited a very learned resource persons, very scholarly resource persons, and therefore the participants are remained at the end of this conference. And this is also a great success of everyone who has contributed for this conference. And you know that actually the president was telling me that in the beginning from this conference, he is here, but what he used to going to speak at the valedictory, the principal was telling him that, sir, every time you speak something new, and participants and the faculty members of this college are eagerly waiting for your speech. Yes, that is a great skill of the president. According to the situation, according to the particular situation, the resource person, the chief guest has to provide the material to the listeners, to the participants. As I have already said that technology, humanity, and science, these three things cannot be separated. In the last month, I have got a patent, sir. In a literature, in a language, it is a first patent with the help of my PhD student. We have created an app and AI English pronunciation techniques for Marathi speakers. This is the title of that patent. And we have received it in the certificate we have received in the last month. You know that without technology, science, we cannot move forward. We cannot develop ourselves. Though AI is entered in the recent age, our language, our daily routines cannot be separated from it. Last week, we have received one letter from the university that there are some papers which are found that those papers are written with the help of AI. And most of the papers from BA Part 1 are found the plagiarism of AI. Now see, the teachers who are using the AI, those teachers should be very careful. AI is not 100% right. When first time AI is introduced to me, I was shocked and I asked the summary of a poem which is written by William Wordsworth. The poem was Daffodils. I asked AI the summary of the poem Daffodils, and I received the answer, and I was shocked when I received the answer. What was the answer? William Shakespeare has written the poem Daffodils. It was shocking to me. If the student get this type of material, what will happen? They will not know. They are totally unaware about all these factors, and they believe that AI is 100% right, teachers are 100% wrong. But it is a duty of the teacher to tell them that always technology is not 100% right. Humanities should be there to correct the technology. Technology cannot run without the humanity. Science cannot be run without humanity. So humanity, science, and technology cannot be separated from each, and that is the Anvaya. It is a connection between these disciplines. So it is a very nice subject, something different subject, something different title. It is a very attractive title, and because of the title, such type of participants are present in this particular hall. So I congratulate the principal and the organizing committee of this college for giving such wonderful title for this seminar. They have selected this wonderful theme for this seminar. Thank you very much once again to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your inspiring, motivational, and encouraging chief guest address. Now I would like to request Dr. Vishram Lumte, sir, chairperson of CDC, to share his thoughts and represent the feedback.
मी नेहमी म्हणतो तसं जिच्यामुळं आपला वजूद आहे त्या माँ भारतीला आणि आपल्या विद्येची देवता आयडॉल माँ सरस्वतीला सगळ्यांच्या वतीनं वंदन करूया. खरं तर सरांचं एवढं डायनॅमिक भाषण झालं आहे आपल्या की त्याच्या पुढे आपण आता काय बोलायचं. असं मला वाटायला लागलं आहे. आणि माझं फॉर्मल अध्यक्षपदाचं जे भाषण आहे ते मी सकाळी करून घेतलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे आत्ता मी खरं आगांतुकासारखं मी आहे थांबलो इथं म्हणून त्यांनी मला बोलवलं. आणि नेहमी आता CDCचा चेअरमन आहे तर त्याला खाली कसं बसवायचं, स्टेजवर बोलवलंच पाहिजे बाबा म्हणून त्यांनी पकडून मला आणलं आणि आणले तर आता बोललं पाहिजे म्हणून बोलायला लावले. तर आता मला वाटतं आपण सगळे उभा शिल्लक आहोत ते बरेचसे घरचीच मंडळी आहोत, त्यामुळे आपण घरचे आहे एकमेकांना द्यायला काही हरकत नाही. तेरदाळकर सरांनी, समीर सरांनी मगाशी सांगितलं काही शॉर्टफॉल्स वगैरे राहिले असतील. सकाळी थोडासा आपल्या कार्यक्रमाच्या रूपरेषेमध्ये गोंधळ झाला, आत्ताही थोडीशी आपली प्राइजेस जी आहेत ती कमी पडली. पण तुम्ही जर यूट्यूब किंवा रील्स वगैरे बघत असाल तर सचिन तेंडुलकरच्या मुलाचं काही दिवसापूर्वी लग्न झालं, अर्जुन तेंडुलकरचं. आता सचिन तेंडुलकरनं त्याच्या घरचं लग्न करणं आणि आपण कॉन्फरन्स करणं ह्याच्यात जमीन आसमानाचं अंतर आहे. पण त्याच्या लग्नात सुद्धा काय काय फजिती झाली, मजा झाली, काय काय गोष्टी राहिल्या ह्याची रील्स यूट्यूबवरती अवेलेबल आहेत. मग त्याच्या मानानं आपण तर काहीच नाही आहे. किंवा मला आम्ही गप्पा मारत बसलो आहे सकाळपासून मधनं सावंत सरसारखं म्हणतात सर आपण ह्या गोष्टी आपल्या राहिल्यात, पुढच्या वेळेला आपण अशा करूया तशा करूया. म्हणजे खरं सांगायचं तर मी नेहमी म्हणतो की नियत काय एखादा कार्यक्रम करण्याच्या मागची ती महत्त्वाची, त्यामुळे अशा गोष्टी राहिल्याच पाहिजेत. जसं आत्ताचे आपण हे निरनिराळे प्रेझेंटेशन्स पाहिली त्यावेळेला सकाळी करमळकर सर होते, आम्ही सरांच्या ऑफिसमध्ये बसलो होतो, त्यावेळेला कार्यक्रमाच्या आधी आणि नंतरही ही चर्चा चालू होती की जेव्हा हे सगळी मंडळी रिसर्चर्स पेपर प्रेझेंट करतायत किंवा पेपर तयार करतायत तेव्हा ते पेपर जे येत आहेत ते ChatGPTवरती तयार झालेले पेपर आहेत का त्यांनी त्या विषयाचा विद्यार्थ्यांनी खरंच अभ्यास केला आहे आणि त्याचा ते ॲसिम्युलेट जे म्हणतो ते विषय पचवला आहे आणि मग त्याच्यावरचं लेखन केलं आहे आणि ते प्रेझेंट करतायत, ते त्यांच्या प्रेझेंटेशनमधनं समजतं. तसं आपण ह्या जेव्हा कार्यक्रम करतो त्यावेळेला अशा जेव्हा काही घटना घडतात, चुका होतात, तेव्हा त्या का होतात, तर ही एक गोष्ट चांगली झाली मग त्याच्या पुढची आता करूया आपण असं आपल्याला वाटतं. आणि मग करताना तो पिरियड किंवा ती वेळ किंवा ती साधनं आपल्याला कमी पडण्याची शक्यता असते किंवा कमी पडतात, त्यामुळे त्याच्यात थोड्याशा त्रुटी किंवा दोष राहून जातात. त्यामुळं मी समीर सरांना पण सांगेन, सावंत सरांना पण सांगेन आणि तुमच्या सगळ्या टीमला सांगेन की खरंच आजची इंटरनॅशनल कॉन्फरन्स, म्हणजे मी कॉलेजचा आपल्या चेअरमन आहे किंवा फादरली पोझिशनवर आहे कॉलेजच्या म्हणून सांगत नाही, मी एक थर्ड आय व्ह्यू किंवा बर्ड्स आय व्ह्यूनं जर बघायला गेलं तर आपण अशी कॉन्फरन्स करणं इंटरनॅशनल ही खरंच एकतर भूषणावह गोष्ट आहे आपल्याला. आणि जी टीमवर्क दिसलं म्हणजे खरं सांगायचं तर तुम्ही पण सर कॉलेजचे एका प्राचार्य आहात, मग चोराच्या काय वाटा चोराला माहिती आहे, 12:30 नंतर कोणी कॉलेजमध्येच थांबत नाही वगैरे, हे सगळे जे समसमान दुःख आहेत सगळी घरोघरी मातीच्या चुली म्हणतो आपण तसं, असं असून सुद्धा जे टीमवर्क सगळं दिसलं आपलं, निरनिराळी मंडळी आपापली कामं वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी करत होती. अगदी जेवणाच्या ठिकाणी सुद्धा आपले सिनियर शिक्षक उभे होते आणि जेवणाची व्यवस्था बघत होते, दोन्ही हॉलमध्ये व्यवस्था सगळीजण बघत होते. ते बघून खरंच मला समाधान वाटलं आणि आपलं एक टीम बाउंड व्हायला लागली आहे चांगली. आणि ती असे काही अनेक शिवधनुष्य आपण इथून पुढे पेलू शकू याची खात्री आहे असं मला वाटतं. थोडं कॉन्फरन्सेसच्या बाबतीत बोलायचं झालं तर मी माझ्या सकाळच्या भाषणात उल्लेख केला तसा हे जे पेपर आपण तयार करतो, रिसर्च करतो, प्रेझेंटेशन करतो, या गोष्टीचा अल्टिमेट एम काय आहे तर याचा सोसायटीला फायदा व्हायला पाहिजे. म्हणजे आज मगाशी मी ह्यांचं विस्पुते सरांचं आणि गाडगीळ सरांचं पण पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन ऐकलं. त्यांच्या पेपरमधला त्यांनी 11वी-12वीच्या मुलींच्यामध्ये जो अभ्यास केला तो विशेष कौतुकास्पद आहे. म्हणजे सोसायटीला त्याचा फायदा होतो का बघायला पाहिजे. त्यांनी त्याच्यात 25 मुलींवर अभ्यास केला आणि त्यांनी सांगितलं की 11वी-12वीच्या सगळ्या मुलांवरती किंवा मुलींवर याचा प्रयोग करून बघायला पाहिजे. आणि आपण कित्येक दिवस झाला आपल्या कॉलेजमध्ये हा विषय आपण चर्चेत आणतो आहे. म्हणजे शाळेत आपण आपलीच KPHP शाळा आहे, आपण तिथे ह्या गोष्टी प्रत्येक वर्गात किंवा सकाळी असेंब्ली झाली की ओंकार म्हणणं, सूर्यनमस्कार घालणं, मेडिटेशन करणं ह्या गोष्टी शाळेत करतो आहे. पण आपण अजून महाविद्यालयात हे करू शकलो नाही, करत नाही आहे. कारण दोन गोष्टी आहेत, एकतर आपल्याला भीती वाटते शिक्षक म्हणून, हा समोरचा जो ऑडियन्स आहे आपला म्हणजे विद्यार्थी आहेत हे त्यांना ते चालेल का, खपवून घेतील का, त्यांना ते ऑर्थोडॉक्स आहे असं वाटेल का, असं आपल्याला वाटतं आणि आपलीही इच्छाशक्ती कमी पडते. पण हे जे अभ्यास बाहेर येत आहे त्याच्यातनं ही जे मुलांची मानसिकता वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं खराब व्हायला लागली आहे की जी विनाशाकडे चाललेली आहे, याला जर थोपवायचं असेल किंवा आमच्या मॅडमनी ओंकाराचा आणि त्याचा हार्ट रेटवरती होणारा परिणाम, पल्स रेटवर होणारा परिणाम याचा अभ्यास सादर केला. हे विषय आपण सोसायटीमध्ये करायला पाहिजे. म्हणजे असे विषय आपण आपल्या शिक्षकांसाठी केले पाहिजेत, असे विषय आपल्या विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी करतो का आपण करायला पाहिजे. एवढे जे पेपर आपल्याकडे 350-400 पेपर आले आपल्याकडे, हा डाटा आपल्याकडे कलेक्ट झाला आहे. यातले चांगले पेपर कुठले आहेत आणि ह्यातल्या कुठल्या गोष्टी आपण इम्प्लिमेंट करू शकतो किंवा ह्या कुठल्या गोष्टीवर अजून आपण जास्त अभ्यास करू शकतो. मग अशी सरांनी सांगितलं मुंबईहून काहीतरी एखाद्या इंडस्ट्रियलिस्टनं मुंबईच्या हवामानावरचा विषय सादर केला आहे. हा विषय काय तर आपल्याला सांगलीलाही फार दूर राहिलेलं नाही आहे. हे जे वाहनं इंडस्ट्रियलायझेशन जे व्हायला लागले हे आपल्या घरोघरी प्रदूषणाच्या गोष्टी येणार आहेत. मग या गोष्टीच्या प्रिव्हेन्शनसाठी आपण महाविद्यालय म्हणून आपल्याकडे रिसोर्सेस खूप उपलब्ध आहेत. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं आपल्या भारत देशाकडे जर रिसोर्स व्हायचा आहे मॅनपॉवर, हा मॅनपॉवर आपल्याकडे, मी नेहमी सांगतो की आपल्याकडे विद्यार्थी आहेत, PGची स्टुडंट्स आहेत, हे आपल्याला चांगलं लेबर आहे, चांगल्या अर्थानं म्हणजे की चांगल्या अर्थानं इंटेलेक्च्युअल लेबर आहे आपल्याकडे. तुमच्या शिक्षकांच्या डोक्यात जे विषय असतात ते त्यांच्याकडनं आपण करून घेऊ शकतो आणि जेव्हा त्यांना ते सांगतो त्याच्यानंतर ते पण घडत जातात. तर हा जो डाटा आपल्याकडे जमा झालेला आहे या डाटाचं आपल्याला ॲनालायसिस करायला पाहिजे. मी असं म्हणेन की आत्ता आपण त्या आजच्या कॉन्फरन्सच्या पैलतीरावर थोडंसं चाललो किंवा पोचलो आहे. बोटीतनं उतरताना एक पाय जसा पाण्यात असतो आणि दुसरा पाय काठावर पडतो त्या पोझिशनला आहे. पण जरा विसावू या वळणावर असं म्हणूया, थोडं थांबूया, हा डाटा कलेक्ट करूया आणि परत आपल्या मशाली पेटूया आणि या सगळ्या गोष्टींचा अभ्यास करून यातल्या कुठल्या गोष्टी आपल्याला महाविद्यालय म्हणून समाजासाठी करता येतील ह्या गोष्टी बघूया. नाहीतर असे रिसर्च होत राहतील, ते कागदावर राहतील, ते प्रेझेंटेशन होतील, हॉलमध्ये राहतील, लॅपटॉपमध्ये राहतील आणि त्याचा समाजाला काही फायदा होणार नाही. जेव्हा आपल्यासारखी महाविद्यालय पैसे खर्च करून एवढा मोठा उपद्व्याप करून अशा गोष्टी आपण करतो त्याचा अल्टिमेटली समाजासाठी काहीतरी फायदा व्हायला पाहिजे, हा नक्की हेतू आपल्या मनात कुठेतरी असला पाहिजे. त्या पद्धतीनं आपण या गोष्टींचा परत ॲनालायसिस करूया, डाटा जमा करूया, ॲनालायसिस करूया, त्याचा इन्फरन्स काढूया आणि त्याच्याप्रमाणे पुढं काय एक्झिक्यूट करायचं ते आपण करण्याचा प्रयत्न करूया. आणि जेव्हा आपण त्या मुद्द्यापर्यंत किंवा त्या बिंदूपर्यंत, त्या पॉईंटपर्यंत जाऊन पोचू तेव्हा आपली ही कॉन्फरन्स सक्सेसफुल झाली असं मी म्हणेन. धन्यवाद. भारत माता की जय.
Thank you, sir. A valedictory function is not just a formal closure, but a moment to reflect on our journey, acknowledge efforts, and express gratitude to all those who made this event successful. Gratitude is the fairest blossom that springs from the soul. I now request Dr. Sheetal Gode Patil ma'am to propose the vote of thanks.
धन्यवाद मॅडम. नमस्कार. डेक्कन एज्युकेशन सोसायटीचे विलिंग्डन महाविद्यालय सांगली आयोजित मानव विद्याशाखा विज्ञान आणि तंत्रज्ञानातील उदयोन्मुख नवप्रवाह या विषयावर आधारित आंतरराष्ट्रीय परिसंवाद संपन्न झाला. या परिसंवादाच्या समारोप समारंभाचे प्रमुख पाहुणे श्रीमती मथुबाई गरवारे कन्या महाविद्यालयाचे प्राचार्य प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अनिल सुक्ते सर यांचे मी डेक्कन एज्युकेशन सोसायटी व विलिंग्डन महाविद्यालयाच्या वतीने आभार मानते. या समारंभाचे अध्यक्ष डेक्कन एज्युकेशन सोसायटीच्या नियामक मंडळाचे सदस्य व CDC चेअरमन डॉक्टर विश्राम लोमटे सर यांचेही मी आभार मानते. महाविद्यालयाचे उपप्राचार्य संस्थेचे माजी सदस्य डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुलकर्णी सर, त्याचबरोबर डॉक्टर पडाळ सर, डॉक्टर शेळके सर या तिघांचेही मी आभार मानते. यांच्या सहकार्याने हे नेटकं संयोजन होऊ शकलं म्हणून मी संस्थेच्या वतीनं आणि महाविद्यालयाच्या वतीनं यांचे आभार मानते. या परिसंवादाचे संयोजक महाविद्यालयाचे प्राचार्य प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सावंत सर ज्यांच्या कल्पनेतून हा परिसंवाद साकारला गेला होता व तो आज पूर्णत्वाला गेला. मी सरांचे महाविद्यालयाच्या वतीने आभार मानते. या परिसंवादाचे सहसंयोजक रसायनशास्त्र पदव्युत्तर विभागाचे विभाग प्रमुख डॉक्टर राजू कागणे सर, इंग्रजी विभागाचे प्रमुख डॉक्टर शशिकांत श्रंगारे सर, प्राणीशास्त्र विभागाचे प्रमुख डॉक्टर समीर तेरदाळकर सर या तिघांचेही मी डेक्कन एज्युकेशन सोसायटीच्या वतीने व महाविद्यालयाच्या वतीने आभार मानते. या समारोप समारंभाचे समन्वयक डॉक्टर दत्तात्रय एडगे सर यांचेही मी आभार मानते. परिसंवादातील सर्व समिती समन्वयक व सदस्य त्यांना तंत्रसहाय्य करणारी सर्व समिती, कारण हा परिसंवाद 80% तंत्रसहाय्यावर अवलंबून होता आणि म्हणून त्या सर्वांचे मी मनापासून आभार मानते. त्याचबरोबर संशोधक विद्यार्थी, संशोधक व प्राध्यापक यांचेही मी आभार मानते. सूत्रसंचालिका डॉक्टर मृणालिनी चव्हाण मॅडम, प्राध्यापिका अश्विनी कुलकर्णी मॅडम, संपदा मिराशी मॅडम यांचेही मी आभार मानते. या परिसंवादासाठी मार्गदर्शन करणारे सचिन खेडकर सर, माननीय रवींद्र ब्रह्मनाळकर सर, संस्थेचे सर्व पदाधिकारी, सांगली विभागीय घटक संस्थांतील सर्व प्राचार्य व प्राध्यापक यांचेही मी मनापासून आभार मानते. भोजन व्यवस्था पाहणारे प्राध्यापक सुभाष वाडकर सर व त्यांची समिती यांचेही मी मनापासून आभार मानते. ॲब्स्ट्रॅक्ट बुक तयार करण्यासाठी जी समिती एक 4 दिवस अहोरात्र प्रयत्न करते आहे आणि ते पूर्णत्वाला गेलं, त्यांचेही मी आभार मानते. जगभरातील संशोधकांनी अनेकदा संवाद साधला, त्यांना माहिती देणाऱ्या सीमा इंदलकर मॅडम व सुचिता कांबळे मॅडम यांचेही मी आभार मानते. त्याचबरोबर सर्वात मोठं काम जे आता खऱ्या अर्थानं सुरू होणार आहे ते म्हणजे रिसर्च पेपर प्रकाशित करणं. त्याचं काम जी समिती करते आहे ती समिती आणि त्यांचे सहाय्यक या सर्वांचे मी आभार मानते. महाविद्यालयातील सर्व शिक्षक, शिक्षकेतर सहकारी यांचे आभार मानते. पेपर सादरीकरण करणारे, त्याचबरोबर ज्यांना उत्कृष्ट पेपर सादरीकरणासाठी क्रमांक प्राप्त झालेत त्यांचे सर्वांचे, आणि त्या सर्व जे ट्रॅक आहे त्या ट्रॅकला संयोजन करणारे समन्वयक व त्यांची समिती या सर्वांचे आभार मानते. अनेक ज्ञात अज्ञातांचे सहकार्य लाभल्याशिवाय कोणतेही कार्य सिद्धीस जात नाही. अशा सर्व ज्ञात अज्ञात सर्वांचे मी आभार मानते आणि हा परिसंवाद येथे संपन्न झाला असं अध्यक्षांच्या परवानगीने जाहीर करते. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we formally conclude this international conference. Thank you all for your gracious presence and cooperation.